Hello and welcome everyone except for Embergop, who is definitely a bot, and has immediately hit us with the beginning of the stream, the rare. We haven't even hit go live yet. First time chatter saying really enjoyed the stream. I'll be back to watch your next one. Add me on Discord, and then it is a username that does not match the username. So you know. A wonderful way to start the stream, but that's all right. Welcome back, everybody, to the Jank Drawer. I am Sam. This is the Jank Drawer, where every story finds its home. And today, chat, do we have a day of gaming ahead of us? Do we have just some high highs, some wonderful things? Hopefully no low lows. We want to just go victory to victory to victory. But, you know, we'll see how it goes. Because today, we are going to be doing... much like we did last week, but in a more like codified, realistic way, we're going to be doing our first split variety day. In that, like, it's actually on the schedule, as opposed to the first time we did this 2 weeks ago, where it was just like I was playing Football Manager, and then I got so caught up in it that I was like, hey, let's take a break, and that's when we started our Monster Hunter playthrough. This is officially, we're going to be doing Monster Hunter for the back half of the day, starting around like 5:30. And then we're going to be doing Football Manager from now until then. So it does mean that I'm going to probably not do as big of a big pickup of just like what the like news and things that are coming out of this to get us back into get ourselves back into the actual play of things, because I do think that is a thing that we should be doing. But, sorry, just trying to get everything set up here so that I can actually still see the chat again, since I was still seeing the ban message from the last person that we had in here that we had to ban. But, that being said, yeah, there's still some news and some things that are worth talking about here, as far as the Football Manager things that are going on. First and foremost, we have had some more... trying to get to the games. We have some more games this week. We've had an international break, is the main thing, where we've been doing a whole bunch of friendlies, but also... in preparation, we're still in the qualification stages for certain regions into the World Cup that is going to be here in a couple of months. And the World Cup is a big deal. And so we had a whole bunch of European semifinals to try and get to the final World Cup qualification from UEFA. And then we had the World Cup qualification Interconfederation semifinal, which is between the Oceania and I think the Central America, like Central, South America, Caribbean confederations going into each other. And so all of those confederations have someone that goes in and then they all play each other. And then UEFA had all those. And so that was most of this week. It's been a very big international break. There's been a lot of fun games. I haven't watched really any of them, but I do want to talk about some of them because there are some... like potentially really important matches here, specifically if you are trying to get your run up to the World Cup, and maybe we'll do one of these sections when we get closer to the World Cup that is actually talking about the World Cup qualification and just like a hype presser, building ourselves into what the actual World Cup is going to look like when the World Cup comes around here in the next couple of months. But for right now, the main thing that we've had going on is a whole bunch of international games with significant importance. So first and foremost, we had Turkey. Let's talk about UEFA. So UEFA has a really interesting qualification pipeline in that the Nations League. So the UEFA is the United European Football Association, I think is what it's called. Essentially, it's everyone that is a nation in the entire continent of Europe, at least as far as considered part of the continent of Europe for cultural and football standards. Because there are some teams that are in this that are not on the European mainland. Things like Cyprus, Israel plays in UEFA qualification, Kazakhstan plays in this, so does Gibraltar, which is technically European, but in Africa. The Faroe Islands are part of this, and they're just like a group of islands that are European. They're technically Danish, which is like, it's a similar to Greenland situation of like, technically they belong to Denmark, but like it's a weird situation. They're also semi-sovereign. So like, culturally it's Europe, and it's also then some people, Turkey's also in this, Turkey being a country that is at least partially on the continent of Europe, but also then partially on the Asian plate. So it's once again like culturally European, not necessarily geographically European. And so they have a way to get to qualification that is entirely built off of a very long group stage. And then once they get out of the group stage, they then go into playoffs. And then after playoffs, a certain number of teams are able to go through into the competition. And that is expanding because the big news about the American Cup, that is what I'm going to be calling the World Cup, that is going to be here in... I use American not to reference just the United States of America, but the fact that it is like the North American Cup. We're going to be having games in Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. in this World Cup. It is also the first one that is going from, I think, a 24-team World Cup to a 36-team World Cup. So there's way more qualification spots than there's ever been before. And they usually are distributed by strength of competition and just, like, what are the best teams or all of that. A lot of the big things is, like, CONCACAF, which is the Americas federation, already has 3 people that are automatically qualified because the 3 host nations are automatically always in. So the U.S., Canada, and Mexico are going to be in this cup. Whether they would have qualified or not, that is irrelevant. They are just going to be in the cup. And so that's already taken care of. And then in World Cup qualification for UEFA, they have all of these nation groups, and then all of these people in the first round play in their groups, and then that gets into the next qualification rounds. So that all happened at this point like a couple of years ago to a year ago, and that has finished. So all of the winners from their group, if you win the group, you're just automatically qualified. So these are the teams we know for sure are in the tournament. And that is Germany, Switzerland, Scotland, France, Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, Austria, Norway, Belgium, England, and Croatia. They all won their individual groups and earn immediate qualification. Second place is what qualifies you, and then third place for like the best third place teams from a couple of these qualify you for the playoff that was this week, the semifinal playoff, to figure out who gets the rest of the qualification spots. So, notable teams that were in second from that: Slovakia, Kosovo, Denmark, Ukraine, Turkey, Ireland, Poland, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Italy, Wales, Albania, and Czechia. So, like, all of those go in there. And then it's the best third place teams based off of points. Northern Ireland snuck in on that one. And a couple of other teams. And so that got us to the matchups that we were able to see this week. Trying to just navigate this. Fixtures. Okay. So yeah, and they played like 10 rounds of competition. It was ridiculous. Like, they play so many games. And like, it looks like round 10, so the final round of qualification before we got to this was November of last year. November 16th, 17th, and 18th were those games. This week was the first of the playoff rounds to get to the last rounds of teams that we're going to get into there. And so the teams that are qualified for this point were Turkey, Romania, Czechia, Ireland, Denmark, Northern Macedonia, Italy, Northern Ireland, Poland and Albania, Slovakia and Kosovo, Ukraine and Sweden, and then Wales and Bosnia-Herzegovina. So those are your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, your 16 teams that made it to the semifinals. And then it's essentially these teams have to play here. Whatever team wins here goes into the finals, and then those teams play, and whoever wins the finals get the last 4 qualification spots out of Europe. So Europe gets in total like 12 qualification spots. It's crazy. It's a whole bunch of stuff. And it's like there's a lot of teams where like it means a lot for them to be this far. Currently, the only 2 teams from all of the teams that come out of the many countries that make up the British Isles and the United Kingdom that are for sure in are England and Scotland. Scotland with a fantastic run, which like there's been video after video made about them. Maybe we'll have a conversation about them at some point as we do like a lead up to the World Cup. Maybe that'll be a series that we do on like the actual YouTube channel though, so I can talk about it in more depth in like a concise video of like maybe we go through all of the teams once qualification is done and their specific journeys to get there. But like the Scottish qualification was ridiculous. The Irish getting the Irish team to this point was also ridiculous. Troy Parrott came out of nowhere. He's a Tottenham Hotspur youngster that has now left Tottenham and I think is playing in the Netherlands, if I'm not mistaken, to great success, and then is just exploded onto the team for the Irish national team, and is just knocking in goals for fun. But so the other 3 nations that are in that area of the British Isles, Ireland, Northern Ireland, and Wales, are all trying to fight for competition here. And for most of them, this is either a very triumphant return, or for a lot of them, their first chance at ever trying to get into a World Cup. And they're not alone in that. Kosovo, I think, is a debutante if they get in. Like, they are also trying to qualify for their first ever World Cup. Same with a lot of these other Baltic states, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Northern Macedonia. See, I don't think that Wales, the large sea animal, can, but the Welsh, as emblazoned by their cool flag that has a dragon on it, play very, very well. They're in a little bit of a renaissance. It's been kind of interesting to see, too, because it's a thing that we are noticing in trends around, we being the people that pay attention to soccer and watch a lot of this Midnight Campaign, of like, there's these trends that come from in a lot of national team circles, specifically in countries like Wales, or like another one that's going through this right now is the country of Georgia, where all it takes is getting like one world-class player to come out, and then they are able to get a national team to a tournament where they actually do something. And then once that happens, there's like this resurgence of like, now everyone thinks like, oh, I could also do that. Like the next, that person could be me. And then they get a big upswell in footballing culture and they go for it. The US had a little bit of one of these when we had a run of dominance at the late 90s, early 2000s, where we like were looking semi-competent. And then we had a golden generation for a while. And then now we're dealing with the second wave of that golden generation of like, we have players for the United States national team that are more talented on paper than any players we've ever had before in the history of the U.S. men's national team. But now we're dealing with the other problems that come from that of like, they all are little prima donnas that don't know how to fight for the team, and that's why a lot of them aren't getting picked for the national team anymore. It's just like, oh, we've got all these great players, and we're not picking them because they don't know how to be team players. They just know how to be superstars, and we don't want a team full of superstars. We want a team full of team players. You know, it's a whole thing. But the Welsh team is going through that right now. Of like, the Welsh team has been largely whatever for a very, very long time, and then throughout most of the early 2000s and the late 2010s, they had Gareth Bale, who is like the universe's gift to Welsh soccer. He was absolutely fantastic, one of the best players to ever play the game. He came through the Tottenham system. He got a huge transfer out to Real Madrid, was part of the Real Madrid side that won a whole bunch of things with Cristiano Ronaldo and Gareth Bale and Karim Benzema. Like, just won everything there was to win, and got Wales to their first Euros ever, which is similar to a World Cup, but only for European teams, and happens every 4 years, but on the 2-year interval between World Cups. So every 2 years, there's either a World Cup or there's a Euros, and that's the whole thing. So, like, he's massive in Welsh soccer, and behind the back of him, this entire system of just Welsh players that are like, oh, you mean me, this kid from the coal mines, could also become that? And now they're living in a dearth of just Welsh young talent, of just they have really good players that are able to put together a pretty solid team. And, like, they're aging out now, but they are still getting a lot of good players and a lot of young players. Key names for them, they've got Dan James, who is the right winger at Leeds. Harry Wilson is a fundamental part of their team at 29, who is, like, one of the creative geniuses at Fulham. Ethan Ampadu is the Welsh captain. He's also the Leeds captain. He's a really solid just DM, pulls a lot of strings. Joe Roden from Leeds is a big name. David Brooks from Bournemouth is a big name. Like, they have a pretty solid team. Nico Williams, the phenomenal right back from Nottingham Forest, is on this team. So, like, they just have a good young core of players that are all between, like, 20 and 28 years old. I think the oldest of them right now is Wilson. It might be... No, Brennan Johnson's only 24 for who plays for Tottenham. He's currently out at loan on Crystal Palace. But Harry Wilson is, like, the oldest person on their team, and he's 29. And it's all these people that are like, this is... Well, their oldest player is their goalkeeper, Carl Darlow, who's the backup goalkeeper at Leeds United. Because he's 35, but, like, goalkeepers are good until they're, like, 40. But, like, that's the whole thing of like, they are playing in the shadow of their greatest player ever, this generational, once-in-a-lifetime player that you're going to have, and then it birthed this entire next generation behind them that are now taking Welsh soccer to even higher heights. They did pretty well in the Euros. They fought very valiantly to get to the point they are now of being able to play, to try and get into it. We'll get to the result this weekend. Horribly for them, it did end with Wales being eliminated from the competition in a devastating 1-1 draw that they lost in penalties to Bosnia and Herzegovina. But, like, it is a really fun time to be watching this. Like, international soccer is actually a lot of fun, and it's really interesting to see how teams work and how these nations work, especially in Europe or South America, where this, like, soccer is life. Like, football is life. To quote none other than Ted Lasso, football is life. And some really big results can come out of this. But, so all of these teams are getting there. Some of them have just, like, historic run-throughs to get here. And it leads to a lot of really, really anticipated games. Of, like, even games you wouldn't necessarily think of. Like, Denmark versus Northern Macedonia. Even if you don't know anything about that, you'd probably think, oh, Denmark's probably got that in the bag. It's a country that I've ever heard of. Most Americans, at least, and I try to be less myopic in my worldview about this, but I am influenced by the fact that I am an American, and I can put myself in that shoe very, very comfortably. It's like, most Americans probably don't even know that Northern Macedonia is a country. And they're like, oh, well, I've at least heard of Denmark. They're probably pretty good. And to their credit, Denmark did win their match this week, and it wasn't close. But this isn't because Northern Macedonia is bad. Northern Macedonia, 4 years ago, when they were in this same situation, they're now back-to-back getting to this stage of the competition, of the semifinals of European qualification for the World Cup. And the only difference is that last year they went to the final stage and lost, after eliminating Italy in this point. And this year, they lost to Denmark, and Italy didn't have to face them. Because Italy hasn't qualified for the past 2 World Cups because they just keep getting eliminated at this point in the competition, which is crazy since Italy is one of the top 5 leagues in the world, and they cannot get a national team together that can get out of qualification. It's hilarious. This is an Italy that won the Euros 4 years ago. 6 years ago. It's ridiculous. They won the European Cup, but they haven't been to a World Cup in 12 years. So there's it truly at this point in the game in European international, there's also just so much history in international matches in history because you can get teams that have had ethnic cleansings and massive wars against each other that now have to play each other in a soccer match, but they've been fundamental enemies for 200 plus years. It's crazy. It's wild. But it got us to our matchups for this week. And so these were all played yesterday. There's probably that I would actually want to go watch highlights from. I just haven't had time to. Like I said, had meetings and stuff to do yesterday. I didn't end up getting home until late, and then I ended up just going to bed early so that I could be more revitalized and energized for what we're going to go through today. But we had Turkey versus Romania. Turkey are the 25th best team in the world, according to FIFA's international rankings. They are the favorite for this match, but not by as much as you think, as Romania are 49th in the world, according to FIFA's ratings, which is actually much higher than I would have thought for a Romanian side that I think has very few players that play outside of their home league. I think really their only big name of players that plays outside of Romania is their center back Radu Dragan, who plays at Tottenham Hotspur, but he's 24. It's very much the same thing as what we were talking about with the Gareth Bale effect. It's you just need to get that one guy who's clearly better than everyone else and makes it out and can show all of the other people that hey, this is what's possible, and it can start this kind of footballing revolution. And for Romania, one of those people is Radu Dragan, and he's been horrible this year for Tottenham Hotspur. He has been put into a really bad situation where he has had to play center back way more than he was expected to at this point, since he is very young, and he's been put kind of on a platter. But fundamentally, he's very good, and he's one of the big names, and it's the only name that I had heard of on this team outside of, at all. Because, kind of everyone else you're looking at in this starting 11, Man plays at Eindhoven in the Netherlands. Their starting striker plays in the Romanian league. So does their left winger. One of their center mids plays at AEK Athens in Greece. Their captain plays at Alanyaspor in Turkey. One of their other center mids plays at Paphos FC in Cyprus. One of their center backs plays in China, I think. Yeah, at Yunnan Yukon. Their right back plays at Rayo Vallecano in the Spanish league. Their goalkeeper plays at Celta Vigo in the Spanish league. So some people have made it to big leagues, but they play on teams that's I wouldn't fault anyone for not have ever hearing of their names before. Radu Dragan is kind of that first person that's catapulted to the level of oh, people have heard of Radu Dragan, and he's a really big name. On the other hand, Turkey formerly has a lot of people that play in their home league, but they are people that play in their home league, which is just a better league in general than the Romanian league. And this is where you have people like Kenan Yildiz, who plays at Juventus. You have Berzalpa Yilmaz, who plays at Galatasaray, but they're playing alongside such massive names as Çalhanoğlu, who's an absolute central midfield dominator for Inter Milan and is so perfectly suited for that system that literally I've watched entire video essays about how the entire Inter Milan system falls apart if you don't have Hakan Çalhanoğlu at the back of it. You have Arda Güler, who is 21 and playing first team minutes for Real Madrid in both the Champions League and La Liga. It's the Turkish Messi is what he's been hailed as. They've got Ergin Kasir, who plays for Galatasaray, that is like one of the most widely accepted, one of the like top maybe 25 goalkeepers in the world. This is a very big team, a very big names. They were able to win this game 1-0. The only goal in this game coming in the 53rd minute from Ferdi Kadioglu, who is the starting left back for Brighton and Hove Albion. Scored the only goal in this game in what was a pretty quiet affair that just sees them ease past Romania. Czechia versus Ireland ended up in a much more thrilling manner than I think anyone would have recommended or even expected from this. But that is clearly because you haven't been watching Ireland play through their qualification. Ireland has been electric in their qualification for this World Cup, and it has been due in no small part to the absolute fantastic performance of youngster Troy Parrott. Troy Parrott has just kind of erupted onto the scene in this qualification bracket. He scores in this game, and previous to this game, he has 6 goals, taking over for fellow youngster who plays for the Republic of Ireland, Evan Ferguson, from Brighton and Hove Albion fame, who had 3 goals behind him, and Adam Ida. None of these strikers are older than, I think Ida is the oldest, and he's 25. So it's just like 3 center backs that have just come, like 3 strikers that are all under the age of 25 that come out of nowhere and decided to just be absolutely bananas. I want to walk through the Irish qualification road to get here. They played against Hungary, Armenia, Portugal, and that was their group. Was Hungary, Armenia, and Portugal. Portugal, one of the best teams in the world. They still have Cristiano Ronaldo in it. Currently, they are rated number 6 in the world, according to FIFA's ratings. They are, according to FIFA, the 6th best team in the world in Portugal. Hungary, weirdly enough, also very good. Hungary has a pretty good team, especially for being a team primarily comprised of people that no one in the world's ever heard of, that doesn't actively watch Hungarian soccer, with the exception of 2 names, and that is Dominik Szoboszlai, who is the Liverpool DM, and Milos Kerkez, the Liverpool left back. Everyone else on this team is someone that you've probably never heard of in your life. But those 2 are pretty good. They're very, very good. To be fair, the Irish team also is mostly people you've never heard of. Some notable names for people that are fans of like lower league English soccer. You've got Finn Azaz, who's currently playing at Southampton. You have Calman Kelleher, who is now the starting goalkeeper at Brentford. You've got Seamus Coleman, who's 37 and playing for Ireland, who's just been around Everton forever. He's part of the furniture. Jake O'Brien plays at Everton. Nathan Collins at Brentford. Like, there's some big names in the Irish team. But, like, Hungary is also a very, very good team. And so, in qualification for this, that's the group that they got dealt into. And it's one of those where it's like, really, the only team that you'd think the Irish team kind of has a chance to beat is they should be able to beat Armenia, they should lose every game to Portugal, and then they could potentially, like, it would be pretty even with Hungary. They could maybe get a win, but, like, Hungary are the favorites, but maybe they could get a draw. And that's how it kind of played out. They started their matches playing against Hungary way back in September of last year. And in that game, they ended up winning. They ended up drawing that game, the first game against Hungary, 2-2. Goals for Ferguson and Ida, and then offset by Verga and Salai. It was a game that Ireland dominated, but Hungary were able to open the scoring early, and then just kind of rest on a 2-0 lead in the first 15 minutes. And then the Ireland was only able to come back into the game behind a 49th minute and a 93rd minute goal, And the 93rd minute goal coming after a 52nd minute red card for Hungary's second goal scorer, Salai. So, and that was a straight red card in the 52nd minute. So, like, not a great look for Ireland. They went down 2-0 immediately, and then they had to, like, fight and scrap their way back up to get just even a draw. Then they go to Armenia. It is very hard to, and honestly, I am very proud of your Restraint Midnight campaign. Then they go to Armenia to play the Armenia game against a team that is supposed to be their guaranteed win in this competition. Armenia are the 105th best team in the world. Ireland are the 59th best team in the world. It's one of those where it's like, this is a team that literally, I don't think there's a single person on this Armenian team that anyone who is not from Armenia has ever heard of. Yeah, I'm looking over it right now. I have never seen any of these names before. Can I even find someone that plays at a game that plays for a team that's not... They have one player who's on loan at Borussia Mönchengladbach. But, like, every other person on this team plays in Romania. The best one of them being their center back who plays for Srezna Zvezda, FK Red Star, which is in the Romanian league, in the Serbian league, and is like the best team in the Serbian league and plays like in the European competitions. And they go to Armenia in the second week of September, and lose to the Armenian team 2-1. So like already off to a bad start. Then they go to Portugal, admittedly lose to Portugal 1-0, but once again, closer than you'd expect Portugal versus Ireland to be. And then something just kind of like a switch flips for the Irish team in October. October 14th, Armenia now comes to Ireland. Ireland scores a single goal. It's Evan Ferguson, 70th minute. They win. Perfect. Things are starting to go their way. November 13th. Portugal comes to Ireland. This is the person that, like, every person in the entire country of Ireland, when they got their draw, would have expected. We're going to just chalk up home and away. We are losing to Portugal. There's no way we ever win that. There's nothing that we could ever do to do that. And then, in a weird move for the Irish team at the moment, little did we know that this was going to be the best move they've ever made. The Irish national team takes off their starting striker, Evan Ferguson, who has been scoring all of their goals and is their only consistent goal scorer. And they replace him with the 23-year-old striker playing in the Netherlands for AZ Alkmaar, Troy Parrott. He's a former wonder kid for Tottenham Hotspur. He was expected to be like their next homegrown Harry Kane. He never really amounted to that. He's now in Alkmaar, admittedly doing very, very well for the Dutch side. But they put him in against Portugal instead of their proven striker that had been doing very well for them in Evan Ferguson. And they just say, hey, go do your best. Try not to lose too badly. And then, behind an absolutely incredible man-of-the-match performance for Kjellman Kelleher, getting an 8.7 and keeping a clean sheet against a Portuguese team that took 27 shots on goal and had one big chance and 77% of the possession. Ireland wins this game. They beat Portugal in Ireland 2-0. Goals in the 45th and 17th minute from none other than youngster Troy Parrott. And in this game, its name is mostly famous because of the Parrott goals reviving the fact that, like, if they win out, they get into the qualifier playoffs. And Ronaldo gets a straight red card in the 59th minute for just being really whiny. Cristiano Ronaldo just, like, can't understand why his team is doing so bad, complains about it so loudly and violently that they just send him off. They're like, cool, Cristiano Ronaldo, get out of here. And the world turns upside down and Ireland beats Portugal. And no one understands how it happened or what happened. All we know is that now Ireland are worth watching. It's like, what could happen? Anything could happen. we're all strapped in. And that brings us to the last game, which was going to be the return fixture of their first game, which was now in Hungary. They had to face a Hungary team that they went down 2-0 against at the beginning of the game, and then had to claw their way back at home in front of their home fans in the country of Ireland to get back to a 2-2 draw. And now they don't have the home fans there to root for them. They are at the Puskás Arena in Hungary. This is just what they've got to do. And it immediately, they stick to their form. They put in Troy Parrott again. He's going to be leading the line for them. He got them the brace against Portugal. He is now an Irish national hero. Like, they will build statues to this man, even after just the Portugal game. And so they put him in the front line again here. And then Hungary, once again, opens up early. They score a goal in the 4th minute. It's 1-0 Hungary in Hungary. I watched this game. This game was incredible. The Hungarian fans were all up for it. It was very great. And then began the Troy Parrott show. 15th minute, penalty is called. Who do they turn to other than the 23-year-old Irishman who got his first start for his national team the game before, where he scored a brace against Portugal. And now he is being put on the spot and asked to overcome a 1-0 deficit in the 15th minute to keep his country's hopes of going to a World Cup alive. A thing that would be incredible for the country of Ireland. And he nails it. Absolutely brilliant. Buries the penalty. It's textbook. We're all tied up. 22 more minutes go by of just a lot of back and forth. It is very much all Hungary at this moment in time. They're just jamming the ball down their throats. And then in the 37th minute, Hungary gets another go-ahead goal, this time behind the feet of Barnabas Varga, who plays for Ferencváros in the Hungarian league. Just great in his home country, in front of his home country's fans. They're up now. It's 2-0. They are looking like they are going to do something. The second half starts, and there is a whole bunch of changes for the Irish team, but the one thing that they never take off is Troy Parrott. They bring on Adam Ida, another striker, to give him a second helping option. They bring on Festia Bozele. They make a lot of offensive-minded changes. While on the other side, the Hungarians are just trying to sit back and just hold on to a win and hold on to this and make sure that they don't lose. And then finally, the dam breaks. And in the 80th minute, with an assist from Finn Azaz, Troy Parrott levels them again. The 23-year-old Irishman, playing out of the Netherlands, finally finds the go-ahead, gets them into it. 80th minute, it's all tied. If Ireland managed to win this game, they're in. Hungary are out. And the dream is alive. And so now, the last 10 minutes of this game are just wild. And this goal is entirely against the run of play. If you look at the momentum graphs of this 80th minute goal is such an anomaly because it is at the highest point of Hungarian possession momentum on the entire graph is immediately before this goal happens. And it was just a counterattack. They won the ball after they're getting just absolutely pushed in. A release ball is put out. Troy Parrott just runs onto it, buries it, completely gets the run of play, sets them up for absolute scenes. And then it's still 10 more minutes of just absolute oppression from the Hungarians of we're going to attack. We're just going to keep ramming it down your throats. We're going to keep trying to do this. And then finally, in the 96th minute of a 97-minute game, is one of the most beautiful goals you will ever watch in your life. As Troy Parrott, assisted by Liam Scales, from the left wing back from Celtic, scores his third goal in an international hat trick against Hungary to qualify Ireland for this game at the expense of the Hungarians. And then they get, unfortunately enough, to have to play against the number 43 team in the world, Czechia. And this was probably a really good game. This ended up 2-2. Goals for Czechia from Schick and Krejci. Schick, who plays for Bayer Leverkusen. Krejci, who plays for Wolverhampton Wanderers. He's currently there on loan. To offset a 19th minute penalty for Troy Parrott to give him to 6 international goals now in 3 games. And then a Matej Kovar, the goalkeeper also of PSV Eindhoven in the Netherlands, committing an own goal in the 23rd minute. And so this goes all the way to penalties, where unfortunately the quality was found lacking for the 4th and 5th penalties for Ireland, as Finn Azaz and Alan Brown failed to convert their penalties, and Patrick Schick and Jan Clement do not fail, and they are able to Czechia are able to advance 4-3 on penalties after a 2-2 draw. And the Irish dream is over for now. We already alluded to this one. Denmark just absolutely decimated Northern Macedonia, 4-0. Goals from Mikael Damsgaard, Gustav Isaksen, the left winger, the right winger for Lazio, and then Christian Norgard, the 75th minute center back for Arsenal. He plays DM for Arsenal, but they have him playing center back apparently for his national team. Yeah. Damsgaard from Brentford. This is also a team that has Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, who plays for Marseille, Martin Hulmand, who plays for Sporting, Rasmus Højlund, who's at Napoli right now. There's just a complete takedown of the Northern Macedonians. But a good game, 4 goals, always going to be fun to watch. Italy played against Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland have, similar to regular Ireland, done very, very well to get themselves here. This is a team that has a home league that is very, very small, and most of the people that play for the Northern Irish team are players that play either in England at this point, but they're usually very, very young or out on loan. Looking at them currently, it looks like the oldest player I've been able to find is Ethan Galbraith, who's 24 and plays for Swansea City. Nope, Paddy McNair, 30-year-olds at Hull. Yeah, is their only player over the age of 24? A lot of young talent. They're all playing usually in the championship or things like that. So it's a miracle that they're able to get this far. They've done an absolute treat to get there, and they are playing against an Italian side that is desperate to make it to a World Cup because they keep losing at this stage in qualification and then not making a World Cup. And we had a vintage performance from none other than Sandro Tonali, who's at the center of a whole bunch of transfer rumors and speculations right now. They were able to get out of this one. Tonali scoring the first goal in the 56th minute, and then Moise Kean of Fiorentina fame scoring in the 80th minute to beat Northern Ireland 2-0 in this one. As they are now one step closer to making it to their first World Cup since 2014, which is a wild stat for the Italian national team. This is a team that has won the World Cup second most in the history of the World Cup. The only other team that has won the World Cup, the only other nation that has won the World Cup more than the Italians is the Brazilians. And then for the Italians to not make it for the past 12 years is a ridiculous statistic. And so now they have one more game, and if they win that one, they're in. But there's still a chance for Italy to not qualify this year, which would be hilarious. Poland plays against Albania. Goals from Lewandowski and Zielinski were able to be enough to lift the number 34 ranked Poland over Albania. This is another one that means a lot to the Polish team. They've had their talismanic striker Lewandowski, who has been able to literally drag this team to the World Cup for all of the times that it's been to the World Cup in its history. Yeah, like a Brazilian times, Officially, I think it's 6, but it feels like a Brazilian. As a fan of the Seleção, I'm all for it, but they have won a lot of times. I think that Italy, the team that's won the second most, has won it like 3. Like it's like Brazil has won it way more times than anyone else. But so it means a lot to the Polish team at this point in time to try and get good results, because Lewandowski, who is their talisman that's brought them this far, is 37. Odds are he's never going to go to another World Cup. This is his last opportunity, and they just want to ride that as long as they can, because their talismanic striker is still doing it at the highest level and can still put in crazy performances. And then there isn't really someone to come in and replace him. Like, there's no heir apparent to fill that spot for them, because there are still a lot of very good Polish players that play in some very important leagues. Kamil Grabara plays at Wolfsburg right now. He's also widely regarded as one of the best goalkeepers in the world. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a big Kamil Grabara move in the future to like a huge club. Jakub Kiwior currently plays at Porto, but that's after he played a lot of very important and crucial minutes for Arsenal at center back throughout all of last year, and is probably looking to make a big impact at the Arsenal team in the future. Jan Bednarek has been the absolute rock of Poland for years. Currently, he is also at Porto, but he has had a long history in the Premier League that he was very important to. Matty Cash is one of the best right backs in the world. Has played at Villa for the better part of a decade. There's a lot of good players on this team. Just none of them are as good as their talismanic striker, and they really just want to do it for him. Get him to one last World Cup. Let him be on the world's biggest stage for one last time. Give him the retirement that he deserves and that he wants. This was a really good takedown, comeback from behind, honestly, because Albania opened the scoring in what was a much more even affair than it had any right to be, but still a probably great match. Our next match was Slovakia versus Kosovo. This is the number 44 team in the world versus the number 79 team in the world. Kosovo, a team that, if I am not mistaken, would be a debutante in the World Cup. I don't think Kosovo has ever qualified before. And this one looks like it was a cracker. In 90 minutes, there were 7 goals. Kosovo ended up winning this game 4-3. Goals from Hoxha, Asllani, Musilia, and Hadjirizi. Slovakia goals from Violent, Horzan, and Strelec. This is another one of those where it's like, literally, I can look at 22 different names on these two different teams, and with the exception of Martin Dubravka, who is the Burnley goalkeeper, there's not a single person whose name I recognize on any of these lists, other than Leo Sawyer, who plays at Feyenoord right now, who is on the Slovakian national team. I think I've heard of Ondrej Duda, who plays at Al Ittifaq, and I think I've heard of Stanislav Lobotka, who plays at Napoli. But I honestly don't think I've heard of a single one of the players on this Kosovian team. And hey, on the day where both goalkeepers played horribly, Kosovo got the better of them. They had overall better performances from most of their players, and were able to hold on to to outscore in this shootout, which is huge. 3 of their 4 goals coming in the second half as well is massive. Our last 2 games of the week, we saw Ukraine versus Sweden. This is a Sweden team that has just like 2 absolutely talismanic forwards that they put a lot of credit on, and then they just need to try and figure out how to put a team behind them. One of whom is injured currently, that being Alexander Isak is one of the two strikers that would play for the Swedish national team, but he's out for the season with a season-ending injury. So they instead have to rely on their other striker. Boo-hoo, so sad, I'm so sorry for you. None other than Viktor Gyökeres, the Arsenal number 9, who scored a hat trick in this game. Goals from Gyökeres in the 6th, 51st, and then a penalty in the 73rd minute to offset the only goal for the Ukrainian team, who were the favorites going into this match. Ukraine is currently listed as the 30th best team in the world. Sweden are the 42nd. That is behind some pretty big names for the Ukrainian team. Anatoly Trubin is a really good goalkeeper. Ilya Zabarny, the center back at Paris Saint-Germain, is a huge name. Vitaly Mikolenko at Everton is a big name. Their goal was scored by Matvey Ponomarenko, who plays at Dynamo Kiev. But yeah, massive performance from the Swedish national team. Hat trick from Gyökeres. Bad game from Anthony Elanga, but also injuries sustained in this game for Isaac Hein and Gudmundsson. Seeing them replaced by Lucas Bergvall, who it's great to see that he was playing in this game. Because Bergvall is one of the better players on a Tottenham team that are just kind of desperate to have no players. Fair enough, Rat King. We're glad to have you around. We're just talking about the World Cup qualifying that's going on right now. Talking about how the Swedish team beat the Ukrainian team. And then, as we were talking about at the beginning, the Welsh team played against Bosnia and Herzegovina to a 1-1 draw, and then lost in penalties as they missed penalties from Brennan Johnson and Nico Williams, and the Bosnian and Herzegovinian team made 4 penalties in a row to just see them off after missing their first one. This is a real giant slaying. You feel bad for the Welsh team. This is a game that the Welsh team should definitely have won. But individual comments at the very end can't necessarily keep people in a position where they can get through this. It does set up for very interesting finals now, as Italy now have to make their way into the World Cup in the final match day against a resurgent Bosnia and Herzegovina that have just defeated a much better team than them to get here, and they are luckily drawn to be the home team in this match. So Italy is going to have to go into Bosnia and Herzegovina, play them at the Stadion Bilinopole in 4 days, and hope to not get eliminated from yet another World Cup, which would be ridiculous for them. These do not affect my game stats at all. They're just fun to talk about because I like watching soccer, and I usually talk about the games that I watch. They don't affect the game or anything that we're doing at all. The only way that they affect our game stats is that these are things that the people that make the game that I play watch and scout to see how these players perform. And so next year's version of this game will have updated stats and attributes and things like that based off of how everyone that was in the game this year performed during the calendar year. And we're past the point where big updates happen. So there's what's known as a winter update that happens usually around end of February, beginning of March. So that already happened for this year, where they basically look at how all of the players that were in the game performed from the beginning of the season to the first half of the season. And if you have some people that were like, oh, they're actually stand out way better than we thought they were going to be, they can get massive buffs and like live patched. But none of these games at this point have any impact on the game that we are going to be doing. They just have massive impact. So yes, but then again, no, they don't have any impact on this game. They would have an impact on FM27 when it inevitably comes out. The more important reason of why we're talking about it is that these have very important impact on the World Cup that's going to be this summer. Of like, these are the teams that are trying to get into it. And it would be hilarious if Italy doesn't make it to the World Cup for the 3rd time in a row. Czechia have been drawn against Denmark, Czechia being the home team in that one. Kosovo have been drawn against Turkey. Turkey feels very advantaged in that game. And then Sweden have been drawn against Poland. That's going to be a really, really tough one. Those are two teams that like both desperately want to get to this World Cup. And it's going to be interesting to see which one actually does get there. And honestly, I feel kind of cheated that we aren't going to get both of them there. I think that both of them would be really interesting World Cup teams. But that's European qualifying. The other qualifying that happened this week was what's known as the interconference qualifier. And that is between the best teams from Oceania, the Caribbean, and some teams from South America. And they all go into one big qualifier and have to play off of against each other for the last two spots. And that contest currently is between four teams: Bolivia, Suriname, Jamaica, and New Caledonia. And huge pickups for Suriname and New Caledonia to qualify to this point. But unfortunately, Suriname got drawn against Bolivia, and Bolivia just absolutely blew them out at home at the Estadio BBVA. They're playing all the way up at the top of the mountains in Bolivia, and the Surinamese team just could not get there. They did get a goal. They actually opened the scoring for the Surinamese team, but Bolivia was able to come back with goals in the 72nd and the 79th minute to win that 2-1. And then New Caledonia played host at the Estadio Akron to the Jamaican national team, but Jamaica scored again in the 18th minute on that game, and then did not look back, and were able to just finish that off with a neat and tidy 1-0 victory over the New Caledonian team. That means that this week there's going to be the last playoff of that, which is going to be Bolivia versus Jamaica, and then the champion of that game qualifies for the World Cup. I would love to see Jamaica make that, but I would also be fine with Bolivia making that one. I think it would be really interesting. But yeah, so that's kind of the games that we had this week. It's going to be an international break still, so there's not going to be any games in any of the major competitions over the weekend. All kind of in the build-up for next week, where we get to have the final Interconfederation finals. That is actually going to be for the finals there in the World Cup Interconfederation final. It'll be the Democratic Republic of the Congo versus Jamaica for qualification, and it'll be Iraq versus Bolivia. So that'll be actually two really interesting games. DR Congo Jamaica is the 48th team versus the 58th team. 48th team versus the 70th team, I mean. And then Iraq Bolivia is the 58th team versus the 76th team. So that'll be really interesting. Yeah. So that's the week in football and the news ahead. It's going to be an interesting couple of games. International soccer is always just a lot of fun. There's also just like a million friendlies going on at all times right now, because all the national teams are trying to take advantage of the international break to get the last kind of like practice friendlies in that they can before the World Cup this summer. And that's going to be really fun and really interesting. And I, at least as a fan of the sport, am very much looking forward to it. Not as much, though, as I am looking forward to... Drumroll, please. Returning to Italy. So, we are in Pro Vercelli. We are trying to get to the kind of tail end of our season right now. We are going to play... We've got essentially 2 months left. We just started into March. We are going to play as much as we can, hopefully trying to end the season. We find ourselves currently sitting in 4th place in the league. We had a very frustrating stream last time when we played this on Tuesday, where we lost all of our games against the bottom-ranked teams in the league. and then beat all of the teams that were better than us in the league, which is, less than ideal. We have adjusted the 4-3-3 to try and be a little bit more defensively solid, mainly by dropping our wingbacks out of possession, our wingbacks in possession back to fullbacks, and then changing it so that instead of having 2 pressing midfielders out of possession, we go from a 4-1-2-2-1 to a 4-2-1-2-1. So we have 2 DMs now that are trying to sit in front of our back line. So hopefully we can be a little bit more defensively solid is the main plan. Because we're just conceding too many goals. We lost a goal to the 19th best team in the league, which is the second worst team in the league, 7-1 last week, and it earlier this week, and it almost killed me. But so we have March. We've got 3 games in March. We've got 3 games in April. And we've got 1 game in May. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 more games to play. And if we can hold on to get there, we can hopefully try and catch the people that are ahead of us, which would be Reggiana and Cesna FC, to try and get our automatic promotion place. But mainly we're trying to get ourselves into these playoff spots and hopefully win a playoff and get ourselves up to Serie A. We have had a rough run of form currently trying to score, which hasn't been great. And we are still having a lot of financial issues in that we just have negative 10 million monies. And it's, not great. Okay, Netten is doing really well. Netten's getting better. We love to see that. We are going to get our youth team intake soon, which is going to be nice. Vukyo is back from his injury. There we go. Good to have him back because we do need all of the players that we can get. As far as our youth team coming in, we get to figure that out in April, so we're going to definitely get to that this stream. From what I remember, we didn't have a very good youth intake this season, which is not great. We kind of, especially if we're going to have so little money, we just need to get good youth team intakes so that we can get good players that are young. Since, we've been playing David De Lo Russo right there, who just came up as, apparently he's now sick. He's been playing for our starting team right now. And he's 17 years old. Semedo. This is another player that could be pretty good. He is unavailable currently because he just played, but this guy's going to be great in the future, and he's getting really good. How good of a midfielder are you right now? Anticipation, he's a -4. Acceleration, -7. Composure, -8. Pace, he's got dribbling, -11. Jumping reach, -13. He's got good passing. Acceleration would give him a -3. Anticipation, -7. Stamina, -12. Jumping reach, -14. Composure, -15. passing, minus 16. So, like, as far as the things that we're concerned about, he's not good enough for anything yet, but, like, he has the potential to be really, really great. So he's another person that's, like, worth bringing in. So, we are expected to meet Carraresi, but they are the favorites, apparently. I honestly can't fault them for thinking that they are the favorites at this point. We are not in great form. We really need to turn our form around. De Chiara does need to get Tahoe. Matthias Rasmussen is playing well. Semedo for Malahi. Malahi has been fantastic. The unfortunate thing is we're in so bad financial situation that we will eventually have to sell him, which is why he is currently listed for sale. Perotti, Grillo, Cassidy, Vukioi, De La Russo is injured. Can we find... Fasano's not fully back? Oh, we would love Momade, but Momade is injured for 4 weeks. Castellanata. He's not fit, but he can play the position, and he's just one of our last chances. Semedo and Sao. And then Fofana is our backup. This is the best team that we can put out right now, chat. Is it a good team? No. But it's the best team we got. And for that, we're going to hope that we get a result. Let's start as we mean to go on, chat. Let's start strong. Okay, so they are going to use a 5-2-2-1. I want to be impressed. I want a better performance from Matthias Rasmussen. His performance has been iffy as of late. Okay. The game has started, and I don't love that it's immediately us losing the ball in the midfield. Oh, Malahi, the way to win that back, though. Rasmussen. Giuseppe Coppola in behind. Laxier, Rasmussen. Way to go, Samir Lagsir. Giuseppe Coppola leading the line, doing his job, creating space. Lagsir! Cool! Oh! We're looking dangerous, chat! Blev. And Blev. Way to go, Pino. Finds Malahi. Back to Pino. Ooh, I loved the idea there. Don't, like, so the thing is, this is like the third different game we've seen that in, where we are making this ball in over the top towards Giuseppe Coppola, and he's running in behind, and he has beaten his man, which is perfect. I love that from Giuseppe. Giuseppe is doing very, very well. Where it falls apart is that then we can't get the ball to him because it immediately gets read by the defender and put out. So I don't think that the problem is with Giuseppe as much as the problem is with the ball trying to get into it. Oh, Cazadori is here. Carresi has Dennis Cazadori on their team, who was our striker last year. Also, I hate that Sky Vink has gotten them their goal. We needed to not go behind first here. Dennis Cazadori plays it out to the far side, cuts it back in. Okay. Jordan Bustin just stood there and let that go in. See, that's defending. Emiliano Pino did get beat there, but then he clawed his way back and just threw himself in front of that. Samir Lagsir, there we go. Come on. You can't even beat one guy. There we go. Nice, Tahoe. There we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, so that was the first ball that was going to actually beat the defender into Giuseppe. Rasmussen? Okay, don't love that Cazadori is gonna just cook us again. Nicky Stones got there though. Conceded a corner, but hey, he got there. He covered back. crazy hair on Melagoni here. Those are like the worst looking cornrows I've ever seen. Jeez, Cazadori. Cazadori's gonna be a problem, isn't he? I say they're definitely eating up all of our shots and all of our passes. It's like we're supposed to be a passing team, and we are not passing well. Like every highlight we see is us trying to get a passing play together and them cutting it out in the midfield immediately. Need to get better in front of goal. Gianluca De Chiara is already absolutely gassed, so we're going to have to take him out for Jose Grelot. Ooh, Laxier here with a break. He's got Malahi in front of him. He's got Grelot behind him. There we go, Josue. Laxier. Back to Josue. Rasmussen. Samir Laxier. Oh, great pass from Rasmussen. Giuseppe Rasmussen. Oh, so close. So close. That would have been such a great equalizer. Just fizzed that just wide of the post. Wow. Please be offsides. Please, David Boa, be offsides. Otherwise, that was just a horrendous goal for us to concede. Yeah, okay, cool. Glad to know that once again we are continuing our trend of not being able to beat the teams that are worse than us. This is the team that's 17th in the league, by the way. There we go, Jordan Bustin. So once again, we wanted that to go into... My mic is 100% off. We are going to pivot. We are going to be pivoting at 5:30. Great question. My mic was totally off. So the thing is like, my mic was off for, I think, hours yesterday, too, that I did not recognize, which leads me to believe of, like, how do I keep... I might need to do a big pivot and put it so that my mute button is on the inside, because it keeps getting muted. But yeah, the idea for the pivot is I'm gonna do it 5:30ish, so that it can be after people are back home from work, so that if there are people in the chat that want to play Monster Hunter with me, or if I'm gonna play with Abby again this week like I did last week, it can happen after people are back home from work and are available to actually play. Abby is a party. Abby is a party, and we had a ton of fun last week playing. And she has told me that she would be willing to do it again. That's horrible. I hate that. And that she'd be willing to do it again. But then I forgot to reach out to be like, what's your availability today? And so I reached out before we went live, and I haven't heard back from her yet. It's one of the things that I keep checking over here. Kosier, what's going on here? Okay, so we need to come back immediately. We found Rasmussen. Back to Malahi. Rasmussen. Oh, Malahi in behind. There we go. Ref! 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 That has to be a penalty. Not that we're good at taking penalties, but that has to be a penalty. There we go. Thank you. Who on our team can take a penalty at all? The important questions here, chat. Can anyone on our team take a penalty? Fair enough, fair enough. I do appreciate the offer, but having met your Abby, I think she is much more useful for all monster hunting purposes, respecting her space and sitting in a nice, comfy, lined box, and watching. And if she wants to be involved in that capacity, she is more than welcome. Okay. So our best penalty taker is Nikki Stones. I believe that. She's probably one of the best co-pilots around. There we go, Nikki Stones. Whoo! Back. Once again, I still don't understand the handler hate. I just don't get it. But I also have not played long enough to really interact with the handler at all. But massive goal there from Nikki Stones. Brings us back. I don't accept this curse that you put on me that I'm going to hate the handler. I will form my own opinion, and if my own opinion comes to I don't like the handler, then I'll be accepting it. But until then, I'm not just going to think that I'm going to hate the handler because everyone keeps telling me that I should hate the handler. Okay, Rasmussen here with a yellow card. At least his foul was outside the box, so we didn't give up a penalty of our own. Currently, we have only had one shot on goal, and it was our penalty. So that's not a great look for us and our long-time success. Okay. Kosier? Oh, jeez. Once again, a little bit of a liability defensively. Good thing Tahoe was there to make a save that time. Okay. Don't love that we're immediately down again, and we still can't score. What led to this goal? How did we break apart this time? Because this is the guy that scored. We won the header. It went to him. Pino went to close out. Gave him the outside, and then he just took it and scored? That's bad. Oh, they have Pietro Passador! This is the team that signed our goalkeeper. I miss him so much. Way to go, Pino. Nicky Stones. Giuseppe! Oh, okay. Hey, there was at least a second shot for the game. We have now taken 2 shots this game. Way to go, Giuseppe. Nice press. There we go, Gianluca. I mean, agreed, but also it depended on if... The thing is I don't get that vibe as like a really true one-to-one analogy between what I do as the manager and what the handler does. But also, I'm a deeply empathetic person, and so in my mind, I get up to the idea that there is more that the handler offers to the partnership between handler and hunter that they do not cover in the game, because it wouldn't be in the game because you are not playing as the protagonist as the handler. Because it's like the whole thing of like taking credit for the team's victories is not a thing that I necessarily would hold against the handler, because in my opinion the team should take credit for the victories as equal, and she is on the team. She doesn't do the actual hunting of the monster part, but she does all the research beforehand, all the liaisoning, the taking the job, the making sure we get paid, all of those other things. But, you know, I don't have enough experience in that regard. But it's also like I said, the only thing that I have had any umbrage with the handler on at all was the writing, where it was just like, I know who that was, when she was talking about like when she asked me, do you think that's who that was about the character we met that has not explained who they are or why I should know who they are? I was like, no, of course I don't know who they are. Why would I, or how would I know this if the game itself has not told me who this person is? Malahi, please be on sides? Doesn't matter. Which I know is an unpopular opinion, but it's also one of those where it's just like, the main complaint that I've gotten from the people in the chat that don't like the handlers, they're like, it's mainly she endangers herself and she creates problems for you, which I'm like, yeah, that could be annoying. But that is just also like, yeah, I agree it's also mostly a meme, but it's also one of those where I'm like, I truly, and like, flash back to this in the future when I inevitably grow to hate the handler for whatever reason. But it is very much just a like, I don't see it yet. Nothing has happened that can get me to the point where I would hate the handler. But that doesn't mean that I can't grow to dislike the handler in the future. Nicky Stones, oh, come on. Nicky Stone's tracking back, though. Turned over the ball, won the ball back. Coppola's in behind. Beat his man. Giuseppe. There we go. That's an equalizer. Whoa. Nicky Stones to Giuseppe Coppola. Giuseppe Coppola beats his man. Beats our former goalkeeper, Pietro Passador. 2-2, baby. That's how you end the first half. Just absolutely cooks Scorsese here. Gioreschi. And then buries it. Huge result. Let's go. Okay, that's the end of the first half. What an end to a half. There we go. Chiara is getting a yellow card for it, but honestly, we're fine with that. Pino is going to have to come off here soon. Johar Samedlu might have to come off as well. Kosier. Up to Malahi. Netten. Rasmussen. Okay. There we go, Tahoe. Way to capture that. Way to pull that in. Way to go, Chiara. Gianluca did really good to get to that one. Gianluca to Chiara. Malahi. Rasmussen, way to find the channel. Find Nicky Stones. There we go, Pino. Samedlu, Coppola, oh, Netta, no! Giuseppe, when you get the ball in the box, I just need you to take it to the ground, turn around, and shoot it as hard as you can. Okay, Pino. I think Pino's gonna have to come off here. I think we have to trade out both of our wing backs. I do also probably need to bring off Johar Samedlu at a certain point. Nice, finds Nicky Stones. Back at the Grey Low. Back to Nicky Stones. Malahi out wide. Puts it back in towards Nicky Stones. Fair? Okay. Ooh, long throw. Just doesn't even get it past the first defender. Okay. Oh, nice, Malahi. Giuseppe, though, didn't have anyone to play it to. Monster Hunter is probably 5:30 is what I'm thinking of, Rat King. Once again, wait for people to get off of work, come back, transition then. That was at least my plan. It's also then time for me to like check in at 5:30 with my body, see how hungry I am, and try and grab something to eat between games. Is the main plan. Rasmussen! There we go! There we go! That's a go-ahead goal! Massive! Go, go, go! Very, very valid. Oh, this was massive. Giuseppe Coppola does great to get the ball, hold on to it, finds Rasmussen in acres of space, buries it. Perfect ball, perfect goal. Giuseppe Coppola, this has been your game. You and Nicky Stones have been pulling every string. Bring on Sal for you. Nicky Stones will bring on Cassidy. Ooh, fun! Are you making your scabbard? Oui! Parfait! Bonne chance! Grillo? Ooh! Honestly, that was a dangerous little shot there. Dangerous little ball. Well, if you're going to be lurking, hopefully Guntetsu shows up before then or around then, so we can have at least one person in the chat that's looking at things and can actually be there to provide help when I inevitably need help, whether I'm playing with Abby or not. Because there's almost a guarantee that I'm going to get lost somewhere trying to find something again. So, nice, so. Ooh, corner I'll take. Corner I'll take. Malahi has to come off, though. He is, like, shattered. So is Nedden. Fair enough. Fair enough. I figured as well, but it's also, I know generally you have kiddos and things that you need to take care of as well. You were already helpful last week when we were doing it. You've been immensely helpful in trying to do Monster Hunter things. I agree with this dugout thing. We should be wasting time now. We've hit an 86 minute and we have a 1-goal lead. Okay, Riggio, I want you to just kill this clock. We never need to take another touch if we don't have to. Although I hate that. Don't just lose the ball. Oh, nice, Tahoe. Back to Kosier. Come on, Sal. At least attempt to get to that ball. Nice Netten. Finds Giuseppe. Fasano. Iniacasade. Wow, we're keeping this alive way better than I thought we would. Iniacasade. Fasano. I'll take a corner. 89th minute corner. Send this near post. Now, what's our extra time looking like? Because we want it to be short so that we can just be done. We are really outnumbered here. Whoa, jeez. They played that horribly. They had like a huge mismatch on us. It's like 4 people running onto 1 defender, and that should have been a guaranteed goal. And for some reason, they didn't score. Keiko's here. Just kill the game. Please. Blow the whistle, ref. There we go. 30 seconds longer than it was supposed to be, but we somehow pulled off that win. Massive comeback. This is already now in the contention for comeback of the season, for our end of the season awards. This was a very important win for our hopes here. It keeps us in 5th. We're now 4 points out of 3rd. Just nice. It was also good because we just got absolutely fantastic performances out of our 2 most important players. Nicky Stones and Giuseppe Coppola. Okay, so we beat Pietro Pasador as well, which was nice. Nicky Stones, you were fantastic. Thrilled with comeback win. Disbelief at the Silvio Piola. Doubt if Fofana's out for a couple days. Okay, so Mantova can still overtake us, which is not great. But one thing that I think I want to do is I think that we want to go to fixtures and arrange a friendly. What's the cheapest team we can play? Currently 584 for Carpigiano. It's the cheapest we can pay someone to come play us. 578 for Aurora Desio. $578. I want to try and get a friendly in this week during the international break to maintain fitness. Because we only have like a couple teams that are a couple of players that are leaving. And this way we don't get off of our cadence of playing a match a week. But it's also, we don't have a ton of money, so we wanted to find what's the cheapest team we can play. Nikki Stones was in the team of the week. Let's go. We win 10-1. 10-0. There we go. Giuseppe Coppola got 2 goals. Nikki Stones got 2 goals. Here we go. I'll take a 10-0 victory. That also probably will help with just overall morale of just like, hey, remember, we can score goals. We can score goals, and we know how to do it, and you are professional soccer players. Lagsear's back from injury. Okay, we have Monza now coming up. We don't want to have the random robots come in. Got another hour and a half left of Football Manager here. I want to get through as many games as we can. Because we're really just coming down to, can we make it? We are 7 points away from Cessna, who are in second, which is the automatic approach spot that we'd like to get to. Okay, clubs in Italy have released their youth players. This is an important moment for us. Because those are the only players we can potentially sign. Probably. So we want... bring all of these people in on trial. That we can. This is where we got Vukioi from last season. Which has been a good pickup. We want to see if we can get any of these people in. Honestly, pretty good turnout. We want to see if any of these people have good potential and good current ability. So they aren't happy with the loan treatment for CS. I'm honestly not happy with the loan treatment for CS either, in that I loaned him in, and then he was immediately horrific. He came in and immediately conceded 7 goals, and then hasn't played since then. Massimiliano Allegri. I'm glad that I can give him the he didn't look good enough to play, and they're like, I hope that he turns that around, and I can point to the like, yeah, he played for me for 2 games, he got a shutout in the first game, and then conceded 7 goals in the second. So... Conor Shaughnessy at Watford? He doesn't have the high leadership that I'd like for a center back of his age. But he does have a price point that I like. Very cheap. This is more along the lines what I would want from an aging center back. We've got our next gen list in. Ooh, the best wonder kid in soccer is an 18-year-old new gen at Leuven from Norway. A Norwegian striker. Then it's a Czech striker at Mladé Boleslav. Add to shortlist. And Jose Neto at Benfica. Jeez, these are a whole bunch of names that I wouldn't expect to see. Like Bastia, Boleslav, Leuven. This is wild. Like the 4th best wonder kid in the world is playing in Ligue 2. How FC? This Edward Blondini at Empoli. Honestly, this is huge for us because these are the like level of club that we could potentially actually get these players at, and then if we could have people that are this age on our team that are this good, that would be huge. Especially if we do end up going up at the end of the season. These are like the places we want. This list we're putting here of all these people on our short list is a list of people that we'd want to try and bring into the club. Like, this Alexander Vigovnov is a guy that we could maybe even bring in on loan from Juventus. Some of these we aren't going to be able to make moves on, though, because, like, we can't sign in non-EU players. Okay, we're almost done putting these guys all onto a short list. I'm just wanting to make sure that none of these are people that are like out of contract and we could just make an offer. Like approach to sign them, I mean. Because sometimes you can do that, of just like you can find a player that's for some reason in the next gen, but also out of contract, and just be like, oh, will you come to my team for free? Okay. Gianluca De Chiara, I don't actually want to keep around. Ronchi, I would love to keep around. Kensia, I'd also like to keep around. Netten is out for 3 days. Kensia. Kensia was a player that I actually wanted to play this season, and then he left on loan because he was like, no, I want to go out on loan. And I was like, but I was planning to have you be our backup left winger all season. Same with like Angelo Bruano. It was like, dude, I wanted to play him in our... Oh, we got our youth antique. We got 2 elite players. An elite goalkeeper and an elite center back. How elite of a goalkeeper are you, Maurizio Vitti? Currently, he's really bad. As far as goalkeepers are concerned, Maurizio Vitti here is, from an agility point of view, he has a -6. Reflexes, he's a +2, so he's a -4. And then aerial reach, he's a -3. So a -7. But he is 15 years old and 6'3". Maurizio Vitti, a -7 goalkeeper at 15 with that much potential. Huge. Massive determination too, so he's definitely going to get there. Now, the 15-year-old center back is 6 foot tall. He's both-footed. Crazy that he's got such good feet. As far as center back is concerned, jumping reach, he's a -3. Pace, he's a -6. Acceleration, he's a -12. Work rate, he's only a -13. And anticipation, he has a lot of work to do, but he could probably get there. I am living on the feet. Tell me that you don't love that you've got a 15-year-old, primarily right-footed center back, but almost as good with his left feet. Like, this guy, if he just had slightly better attributes, is a freak of nature. And, like, if he can get any of these things up to sizable levels, like, he's gonna be fantastic. This guy's great. I am loving on the feet. I'm loving specifically on that guy's feet. We also apparently have this guy who could potentially be a really good midfielder at some point in the future. His main thing... Look at him. Left-footed. Incredibly good. Great technique. He's got great feet for a minor, exactly. This guy also has really good feet. Once again, horrible at everything else other than bravery, but he's got potential. These players have potential. We are apparently the best performing attacking team this entire year. We're fouled above average for 90 minutes, and we have a relatively average percentage of passes completed, or 89% pass completion. Interesting. Okay, so now we're going to go play Monza. We really want to beat Monza. We triggered Ronchi's contract extension. Bruano I also would love to keep around. He's good. I would have liked him to get better this season while he was out on loan. He hasn't necessarily gotten any better, but he was great for our team. They expect us to lose against Monza. Let's hope we can go out there and win. Netin can't play, so we are going to bring on... not Cassidy. Vukioi. Tahoe. Do Perotti as well. Where are you, Perotti? There's Clemente Perotti. Stanic Bustin. We actually want to be Delo Russo. Chiara Vukioi. Nikki Stones. Matthias Rasmussen. Semedo Malahi. Lagsir Giuseppe. Riggio Cosier. Honestly, Bustin. Uregio. Semedo. We want Pino, and then we want Grelo or... Momad is still not back, so we have to do Grelo. And then we need Cassidy, and we need... Fasano and Castellaneta, and then Sao and Semedo and Fofana was injured last time we checked. He's back from injury now, so he can come in on the bench. There we go. Okay, this is the team that we are going to bring. Let's hope that they can win against Monza. Paid off a huge upset last week. We had a good showing in our friendly to keep our fitness up. Okay, so starting here, Nikki Stones from the corner, sending this back post. Stanic is there, but couldn't get to it. But he did pressure them enough to put it out for another corner. I'll take another corner. So far in the first 10 minutes, it's been all pro Vercelli going forward. We love to see that. Nikki Stones that time trying to get on the end of it. Andrea Vukioi. Rasmussen. Third corner within the first 10 minutes. Okay, Stanic, I like the idea, but there was a lot of people there on it. Way to go, Vukioi. I thought that was a much cleaner tackle than apparently the ref thinks it was. Okay, so now the inevitable Monza counterattack is on. First 10 minutes were all pro Vercelli. Second 10 minutes has been all Monza. There we go, lags here. I liked the idea to play that to Giuseppe Coppola, but it wasn't a great ball, and it also wasn't necessarily a great movement from Giuseppe to, like, actually deal with that. Oh, nice, Giuseppe. See, that was the kind of run we wanted on the last one. Are they trying to say that this was in the net? The ball didn't cross the entire line, therefore it's not a goal. Let's go, Elaine Tahoe. That was an interesting use of the... Oh, Coppola? Rasmussen? Ooh, Coppola was for sure offsides. That's what they're calling. But that was, like, way closer than I thought it would be. Malahi. Oh, nice, Malahi. Way to get trickerations on there. Oh, Giuseppe Coppola. Just keep that down. I mean, it was an absolute sitter, but it was also 100% a goal that should never have gotten anywhere near your head. Like, I get how you were caught off guards by that. But just like, instead of being like this, be like this. Hit it down, not up. Nice. Nice, Gianluca. Thank you, ref. Thank you, ref. Thank yous to the ref chat. Giuseppe Coppola with a great run there. Chiara tries to put it in. Honestly, wild that Perotti got that one. That Monza defender was all over that. Nikki Stones tried to put that ball in. Couldn't get it in there. It's interesting, too. So it's like this Monza team has a whole bunch of names that I recognize on it. They've got, in defense, they've got Sebastian Borna, who's a current Wolfsburg player, who's, at least in the 24 version of this game, was like one of the best budget center backs you could get in the game. He's just incredibly good. They've got Daniel Everson, who... Oh, Giuseppe Coppola! There we go! Giuseppe Coppola has learned how to score, finally, 3 seasons in. Massive goal for Giuseppe Coppola. Let's go. Samir Laxier now finally doing something offensively instead of just defensively. He got a little lucky with the deflection off of Hefty there to get the ball into Giuseppe, but great ball in, and Giuseppe Coppola just buried that. So Daniel Everson's a name that I know because he used to be the backup goalkeeper for Leicester City, which is the team that I support in real life. Nice Malahi. Nice Nicky Stones. Giuseppe is probably offsides. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, Daniel Everson used to be the backup goalkeeper for Leicester City. Like the third string back when they had Kasper Schmeichel, and then he became the second string when Schmeichel left. Oh, Nicky Stones! Oh, Nicky Stones! Nicky Stones, my heart! Nicky Stones, my heart goes out to you! To you, my savior and hero, Nicky Stones! Samir Laxier, once again, getting another assist in this game. Burying that. De La Russo finds Laxier. Rasmussen. Oh, Malahi. He's got Giuseppe in the middle. Rasmussen back in. Samir Laxier. Oh my goodness. Samir Laxier capping off an already beautiful game with 2 assists in the first half with a third goal. That is, I think, 3 goals in less than 10 minutes. The first 10 minutes were all Provercelli. The second 10 minutes were all Monza. The third 10 minutes were a weird mix of the two, but the minutes between 30 and 40 have been all Provercelli as they have scored 3 goals. Yeah, 28th, 35th, 38th minute. Insane. Insane goal scoring. Monza have had 1 shot on target and 1 shot total all game in this first half, and we are playing this game at home in front of the Monza fans. This is an away game for us, chat. We are killing them. Okay, well that was a wild goal to concede. Maybe we got a little too complacent. Okay, Stanic is here. No one's on this guy. He had pulled Malahi, Vukioy. Well, this is why we shouldn't kill people. It's very rude, and then they got literally their second shot of the game, and they scored off of it. Okay, this is the guy that just scored, so let's not let him score again, shall we? Nice Nicky Stones. Laxier, you've got Giuseppe, and he's on sides because this run is starting from inside our half. Oh, Malahi. Malahi, even you cannot miss this goal. Oh, Mohamed Malahi. There you go. There you go. Woo. We have been playing so bad for so long that this game is just perfect. Giuseppe Coppola should have scored this goal. But Mohamed Malahi, even with his 7 finishing, could not miss a wide open net with no goalkeeper. There we go, Mohamed Malahi. Look at that. Look at that 8 finishing. 4 goals in the first half. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive, chat. Nice Perotti. Nikki Stones! Nikki Stones! What in the world was that? Nikki Stones with an out-of-the-blue goal there with the assist from Giuseppe Coppola. What? I need to see this again. So Giuseppe Coppola picks this up, plays it to Nikki Stones. Nikki Stones tries to play in Matthias Rasmussen, who gets fouled by Sebastian Borna, and Nikki Stones just keeps running after his own pass, somehow catches it and buries it. What in the world was that goal? Giuseppe Coppola getting the ball. Samir Lagsier back into Giuseppe. Giuseppe's in the box all alone. Giuseppe Coppola. It's 6-1 against Monza. This is a team that was in Serie A last season. They've just come down, and we are in their house at Monza, and we are just making them look silly. Sebastian Borna here is a single player that is worth more money than our entire club put together. And we have just absolutely put him on a fraud watch. That's a brace for Coppola, a brace for Nikki Stones. Okay, Vukioi for Cassidy. Lagsier for Sal. Gianluca for Josue Grillard. Take off Malahi for Semedo. Hold on to one more sub. Here at 80 minutes, we're just going to take down the tempo. Take down the tempo. We're going to raise the time wasting. Nikki Stones will have to come off. We'll bring on Castellaneta. This one win is worth so much for us. Honestly, I think this is just us resetting the karma after the international break friendly. I think the international break friendly was actually huge because we got it to bring in a team that was really bad, just pump 10 goals past them, and just be like, hey, remember, you are good, you know how to play this. Get out of the funk of just like every game has been hard and bad. And then they just absolutely torched them. We're now only 4 points behind Reggiana in third. 7 points behind Cesna in second. Stanic hit his yellow card limit, which is fine. We can play Reggio. Delo Rosso played great. Lagsier was fantastic. He's been so middling for so long, and then he just had like the game of his life. We've avoided relegation, so we have to pay out a whole bunch of clauses, which is fine. Disbelief at U-Power Stadium. Best viewing is to be found at U-Power Stadium, where a crowd of 16,386 witnessed an upset during AC Monza's heavy 6-1 defeat against the Leoni of Provercelli. The highlight of the game was undoubtedly Provercelli's Mohamed Malahi scoring his 10th goal of the season. We now finally have a striker that scored 10 goals. It's Mohamed Malahi. Monza has been disappointing this season and find themselves below expectations in 12th place. They have won 2, lost 2, and drawn 1 of their last 5 matches. They've disappointed so far, struggling for results early in the season. Huge. Samir Lexer and Jessica Coppola were both in the team of the week. Buruano left as agent. Okay, what about these people that we have in on trial? Do we know anything about them yet? Okay, one more week for them, probably. Okay, this week we are going to be playing against the Juventus U23s. We got Cancia for another 2 years. Perfect. Dejan Stojanovic, 34-year-old goalkeeper at Al Nassr. Chiara got a 2-year contract from us. Sign all of our players that we want from here. Specifically, really sign that goalkeeper. He's got the potential to be really, really good. Oh no, Giuseppe Coppola. Okay, he's only out for 2 days. So I'm like, Giuseppe Coppola finally has gotten into a goal-scoring form. I don't want him to be injured. Since, like, we really... Nicky Stones now has 14 goals this season. Malahi's got 10. Giuseppe's got 8. We finally have a striker that has scored double-digit goals. Giuseppe Coppola has now tied his all-time greatest goal-scoring performance in a season with 8 goals this season. If he gets any more goals this year, he's going to be overtaking his own record, which is great. No one's catching Nicky Stones, which is honestly fine. Nicky Stones is our best player. Jean-Guy Pro apparently has 7 goals on his loan spell. We signed all of our youth candidates. Okay, let's get this game over with the Juventus U23s, shall we? We need Palermo to do us the favor of all favors here. Stanic is also injured now, which honestly, for a week for him to be injured, this is a fine one. So we need Palermo to beat Sampdoria. We need Venezia to beat Reggiano. And we need... Cesna's not playing. Okay. Okay. Let's go keep this win going. Like, I'm riding such a high right now. 17-year-old with good potential. How bad of a winger is he? Because physically, he looks like he's actually not that bad. Pace, he's a +1. Acceleration gets him to +2. Anticipation, -4. Crossing, -6. Dribbling, -13. Jumping reach, -17. Technique, -18. Composure, -23. So yeah, he's definitely not good enough. But he could become pretty good. But we don't need to give him a contract currently. Okay, CS for Tahoe. Pino, Riggio. Del Russo's not fully fit, so we can play Bustin. Chiara. Netten is back in the team. Nicky Stones is in the team. Rasmussen's in the team. So, are we not starting Coppola? There's no reason why we're not starting Coppola. So, we'll just make those changes, and then we should be good to go there. CS, we want Kosier. And then we do want Davide Dello Russo, but he can come off the bench. Momade. And Perotti. There we go. And then Castellnetta. Enya Casade. Vukioi, where are you? There's Andre. Yeah, Vukioi. And then Sao. Emian Semedo. And then Dara Fafana. And Melage. Okay, we're gonna try this out. We're on a good run. We just absolutely destroyed Monza 6-1, so we should be able to win this game. There's no way that the U23s of Juventus are better than Monza. I think the Juventus U23s are like 14th from that we just saw. Nice. Way to go, Gianluca. Lags here. Can you find Giuseppe? No, but you can find Nicky Stones! Oh, Nicky Stones was offsides. Nicky Stones was offsides and he missed a wide open net. Okay, so far, it's been a little bit of back and forth. Di Chiara, Malahi, ooh, Pino, Malahi, back to Netten, Nicky Stones, Rasmussen, ooh, just wide after the deflection. Come on. Okay, Pino. Can we please deal with this? Don't love that. There we go. Good, Mohamed Malahi. That was actually good for Malahi. I liked that. That was a good save. Okay. This might be our last game, chat. Coming up on 5 o'clock. And assuming we can pull off this win, I want to end us on a high note. And then it also gets us into a good spot for next Tuesday. Just running all the way through and finishing out the season. Oh, good save from Elaine Tahoe there. Okay, we have had the same amount of shots as the Juventus U23s. We have had none of our shots on target, which is the unfortunate part of that. Wow, Nicky Stones. Laxier? Ooh, Laxier is feeling himself after having the game of his life last week. Jordan Booston. Way to go, Giuseppe. Honestly, I'm fine with him doing that. Way to go, Pino. Reggio, back to Pino. Ooh, nice, nice. Give him an outlet. Well, it was a shot. We'll take a shot. At this point in the game, we'll take any shot that can get even remotely on target. That was literally our first shot on target that we just witnessed there, chat. You were here for it. Nice. Okay, Pino finds Malahi, back to Pino. Nicky Stones, Luke Netton. Rasmussen, back to Netton. Rasmussen. Samir Laxier, Nicky Stones! Oh, that was two great shots right there. Oh, and Gianluca just immediately wins back possession. That's honestly perfect. Oh, Rasmussen would have been there. Okay. Samir Laxier here to take the longer range free kick. Finds Giuseppe Coppola in the back post. Plays it into... Oh... We are peppering the defense here. The Juventus U23s are just getting popped shot after shot after shot. We got 8 shots so far. Gianluca Di Chiara now picking it up on the wing. Nice Malahi. Nicky Stones, Malahi. Pino. Oh, Pino went for the shot. I would have preferred a cross into Coppola there, since Coppola had the inside edge on his defender and could have probably done something with that. I love that the thing that we got from our dugout was like, hey, we're really struggling to get shots away, as we just keep getting highlight after highlight of us taking shots on goal. We have 9 shots so far in the first 40 minutes of this half. please be offsides? Because like this is so against the run of play, this goal. Like we've been such the better team here. And it's literally just Pino and Riggio getting caught out. Nice Tahoe, way to get that. We were the better team for the first 40 minutes of this game, and then they, against the run of play, got a goal. And we really need to bounce back from that. What was that, Nicky Stones? Malahi? Malahi? Oh, Matthias Rasmussen! Oh, Matthias Rasmussen! The 31-year-old Norwegian! Out of nowhere! Look at this goal! Look at this goal! Malahi playing with Pino down the sideline. Malahi gets it back again. Malahi, Rasmussen, unmarked back post, rushes towards this, rises so high. It's like 8 feet in the air. He is on top of everyone. The sailing Norwegian. And just buries it. Oh, that's an equalizer right there. That's an equalizer. Okay. Matthias Rasmussen there really saving us with his last second equalizer. We can still win this. Okay, Nicky Stones to put this back post. He's got Luke Netton. He's got Riggio. Samir Lags here, gets that. Oh, what was that, Samir? Come on, Samir. Okay, Pino. Ooh, nice low-driven shot. Netton. Ooh. Honestly, I think it's the best box-crashing shot we've ever seen Luke Netton take. He's not known for being good at those. Rasmussen takes it short. Riggio. Oh, Riggio into the box. Nicky Stones. Matthias Rasmussen. Beats his man. Matthias Rasmussen. Nicky Stones. Nicky Stones. There it is. Our star midfielders, Matthias Rasmussen into Nicky Stones. Nicky Stones absolutely burying it from the middle of the box. You can't give Nicky Stones that much room in the middle of the box. He'll beat you every time. It's what he does. It's Nicky Stones, baby. Let's go. I knew that this was our game. When we went down in the first half, it was so against the run of play, and I was just like, we have it. We can do it. We can win this game. Thank you, ref. That was a really egregious tackle there. We're now in Rasmussen range. Is he going to try and score this, or is he going to... No, he's going to lay it off to Malahi. Okay. Jordan Bustin. Back to Darren Chiara. Honestly, I'm fine with us just killing time. Rasmussen cooking the entire team. Oh, the post! Rasmussen beat 3 different guys with his dribble there, and then hit the post. Wild. There you go, Tahoe. Way to come claim that. There we go, Tahoe. Tahoe's getting pretty good. Tahoe's really growing into his role. He's not quite Pietro Passador, but... There we go. There we go. Thank you, ref. Smear lags here. Please don't be, like, actually hurt, but... Honestly, I don't know that we need to risk it, especially after how good of a game you had last week. We'll just bring on Sao. Okay, we've got Pino out wide. We've got Malahi. Pino's now going to go over the top. Oh, nope, Giuseppe Coppola. Of course he was offsides. Giuseppe, though, I like the run. I like the idea. Ulukneten is just coming back. Let's bring on Vukoy for him. Gianluca De Chiara hasn't had a great game, so let's bring on Momad. Oh, ref! Ref! That was a foul! Please tell me it was in the box. Nikki Stones could get a brace this game. No penalty. Okay, that's definitely the correct call, but... You know, don't blame a boy for hoping. Rasmussen. Oh. Mohamed. Coppola. Oh. Reggio. Crazy save from the goalkeeper to put that out for a corner. That was a sequence of great events for us. Nicky Stone's here to try and put it back into the box. Oh, Jordan Bustin able to put that down. He won the header. He just couldn't get it on target. There you go, Matthias Rasmussen. Okay, thank you, ref. Please give this guy a second yellow. There you go! From better to better for us. From strength to strength. The U23 player gets a second yellow, gets sent off. We're just going to try and take this for as much as it's worth. Giuseppe Coppola, oh, he really went for it with that one. Crazy block from Kostov there. Nice, so. Just keep the pressure on. Nice, offsides. Okay, we're just going to start wasting time. Malahi is in. Rasmussen. Nicky Stones. Ref? Oh, we might get another penalty here, chat. Nicky Stones might get another brace. Get to 16 goals this season. There we go. There we go. Here comes Nikki Stones to make the day, to be our hero. Get our third goal of the day against a 10-men U23s for Juventus. This is one of those wins that feels great because we desperately needed it, but also feels like we're bullying someone. Because this is literally the U23s for Juventus. Like, this is not a team that anyone expects to be one of the best teams in the world. It's one of the best teams in the world's second team. These are all the kids that are coming through the academy. Oh, he just does them so dirty. If he hadn't moved at all, he would have saved that. But there we go. At this point, we should win this. No problem. We just got to hold on for another, like, 5 to 8 minutes. Ooh. That was a bad goal to give up for Thiago Malfatti. We should still be fine. We don't need to panic. Don't panic. We can hold on. 3-2 is still good. In fact, let's just bring on Perotti and Semedo. Okay, this should be the end of the game. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let's finish up a little bit of this. Let's get ready, and then we'll take a quick break. I'll go get a snack or something. I'm not super hungry. I did have a very big lunch. And then we'll come back with some Monster Hunter. How does that sound, chat? Nikki Stones shines as Provercelli wins. I love it. Perfect timing. There we go. It's almost like I have a very good cognizant sense of like how that works. Nikki Stones was fantastic. Superb in front of goal. He's got 16 goals now this season. Frosinone has turned it around. Apparently they've won 10 games in a row at home. Okay, with that, we are in fourth now. We've solidified our position in fourth. We are only 4 points behind third and 5 points behind second. So, like, realistically, we could catch Cesna FC. We are playing against Padova, the Inter Milan U23s. So the really annoying thing is that our run-in at the end... I'm so sorry, Rat King. The bad thing is that our run-in is that we have Sampdoria into Reggiana as our last 2 games. Which is problematic. Since Sampdoria is top of the league and Reggiana is the team that's immediately ahead of us in third. And so we have to win those games. And those are going to be hard games to win in our last 4 games. But the other thing that we can do, that we should look at, is what does, like, Reggiana's run-in look like? Reggiana plays Cesna next, so that's huge, because one of them has to win that game, and honestly, I think we want it to be Reggiana. And then they play Monza, and then Frosinone, and then us. And they're playing specifically Frosinone at home, so that's not as good for us because Frosinone are really good at winning at home, right? Not away. Cesena plays Reggiana, Palermo, Arezzo, and then Sampdoria. So potentially some last day of the season shenanigans because they have to play the best team in the league at home on the last day of the season, which means that they'll probably lose that one, and we could maybe close some distance there if we beat Reggiana. And then Sampdoria play Cremonese, Pisa, us, and then Cesena. Oh, yeah, that's going to be fun. So I think we're at this point guaranteed to finish in at least a playoff position. We're not quite guaranteed because we have 4 games left, and if we lose all 4 of them and like Modena wins all 4 of them, they can overtake us. If they could get to 62 points. We can only get to a maximum of 70 points. And that requires us to beat Sampdoria and Reggiana, as well as Padova and Inter's U23s. Which is going to be hard to do. But possible. Okay, I do want to look at the players that we have in on trial right now, though. So, like, now that we know everything about these, let's do these, and then that can be our... After we're done evaluating these players, that's when we can go out. So, -6 after the jumping rate, -4 after pace, -2 after acceleration, -11 after concentration, -18 after vision, -21 after balance, -22 after off the ball. So Daniel Petrone is like a -22. Domenico De Tullio as a striker. 5'11", a little bit better jumping reach. -5 pace, -4 acceleration, -5 concentration. Oh, horrendous. It's a -11 on that. Okay, so we're not interested in you. This concentration of being a 1, immediately not interested. Nicolo Rosito. Oh, this is like an actual playable left winger. Like, this guy's not bad. +3 anticipation gets us down to a -2, crossing -3, dribbling, jumping reach -5, technique, composure -4. Like, this is a playable, this is a good left winger. He doesn't have the potential to get much better, but he's not bad. He's actually pretty good. You can also play right winger. What would he want to play for me? I also like that I can pay him no money. This guy wants nothing. Because we have no money. Rosito is a good one. AC Milan are getting rid of this right back, who has insane potential. He's 5'11". How good of a fullback is he? Pace, he's got. Jumping reach, he's got. Acceleration, he's got. Anticipation gets to a -6. Dribbling gets him to a -12. Stamina gets it back to a -11. 19-year-olds old with this kind of potential, though, he could be a really good right back. Do you want any money? He wants even less money. Sick. Sick. So good, so good, so good. I like this right back. This right back, I think, has real potential. Eduardo Evangelista also has crazy potential ability. He's a 6'3" right-footed center back. 16 jumping reach is already a great start. Jumping reach gives him +4. Pace gets him down to +3. Acceleration gets him down to +1. Work rate down to -2. Anticipation only a -3. 19 years old. Do you want any money? No? He's -3 center back already. Already better than like a whole bunch of our other center backs that are out on loan, like Uronchi. There's other ones. Christian Breda, 19-year-old, 6'4" center back, 16 jumping reach. He's also got pretty good potential. He can't pass, so he doesn't want to be a ball-playing center back, which is bad since we want ball-playing center backs. But as far as just center backs in general are concerned, +4, +3, work rate gets him down to a -2, and anticipation gets him to a -5. So he's not as good. He's still pretty good, but he's not as good. Simone Cosimicalo, winger. +2 on pace, +2 to +4 on acceleration. Anticipation brings it down to a -3. Crossing, -5. Dribbling, -4. Jumping reach, -9. Technique, -11. Composure, -19. We're good on Simone Kazumokalo. And then Lucas Freis, 19-year-old Danish center back. 6'4", good strong right foot. 16 jumping reach is nice. +4, +2, +1. Work rate brings him down to a -3. Anticipation brings him down to a -8. He has the highest potential out of any of them, though. How much money do you want as a -8? Lucas Freis. Because if you don't want any money, we'll pay you. He wants breakthrough prospect. Wants no money. He has incredible potential. Yeah, $17,000 for a guy that, like, is still, like, one of the best 5 center backs at our club, but also has the potential to be... He has a guaranteed 4.5-star potential. Honestly, huge. Okay. Okay. I think, ending on the bad news of this Vukioi injury, that'll be it for Football Manager for us today. I'll work on getting this saved and quit out. I am starting to get a little bit more of like a headache of like, hey, I should actually check in. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We are going to let me go get some food, eat some things, and then we are going to come back and play Monster Hunter for the evening. I'm also going to go try and find my glasses, because I think one of the other things that's contributing to the fact that I have a headache right now is I've been trying to read this screen and I don't have my glasses on. And like, I've been using these glasses, but these glasses are from like 3 prescriptions ago and are like my emergency backups that I keep just on my desk. So if I need glasses for a thing, I can have them on a short notice. But yeah, so we're gonna step away here now for a minute, chat. We're gonna go do some food stuff, and when we come back, we will play some Monster Hunter. And I think that's going to be the plan. So, until then, I'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are making our transition to Monster Hunter time. And so we're going to play some Monster Hunter. For those that have been following along at home, we are now on our third stream of this game. This has been one of the games that has been requested from the chat. Midnight Campaign immediately losing his mind for it as one of the main people that's been requesting this. To the point that Mod in the chat, Rat King, bought this for us, and we needed to find a way to fit it into what we were going to be doing. And so we are blind playthroughing through this. Sometimes on our own, sometimes with our good friend Abby, who is also blind playthroughing our first run. And it's been a lot of fun. I am playing it for the people that do come in and you know, ask questions about it with easy baby mode on. We're using a whole bunch of the gear that's supposed to help you get to the Iceborne sooner rather than later. And we might stop doing that somewhat soon here, just because I do have some fear that it won't actually teach me to play the game in a way that I will then actually know how to play the game.
Time for some hard
But then the question is, how do we want to do this? What do we want to be doing? Since we'd want to get some equipment that is actually for, like, our level of what we want to be doing. Because, like, we have our upgraded equipment. It's great. Look at our upgraded equipment. But it's also, like, we could go do, like, the match slicers all the way up to 3. Yeah, which I'm fine with skipping the struggle, but it is like the main concern that I have is I'm like, what happens if I try to get all the way to the end of this, and then when we get to the end of it, I don't know how to play the game, and then we get the struggle. Which, I mean, I'm expecting you to get to struggle at any point, and be okay with that. Oh, let's get our login bonus, because we're logging in for the first time in the week. Exactly. Honestly, a great point. Midnight Campaign. But it is also, like, there's all these cool things here of, like, I can forge all kinds of different armors. I don't know that they're any good or what they give us or how they give us things. And so, like, it's little things like that I'm like, I'm not above, like, hey, let's try making some stuff, but I wouldn't know what to make, how to make it, or what we want to do. But I also don't know that we're going to change anything immediately right now. Because as we are right now, I barely know how to do the things that we're doing, and there's enough of a learning curve in just, like, learning all of the new features in every single step that I've got enough on my plate of just trying to learn that, like, also having to deal with the punching up nature of just, like, hey, you gotta go grind a whole bunch. Because, like, honestly, I think as much as I would be fine doing it, and that there's probably some amount of the chat that would not be against me just, yeah, I just, like, don't know what's is that good or not, because, like, I can look at my stuff that I have already. Let me go to the place that'll show me it that I know how to access, aka this box right here. Of, like, I can look at my equipment, and I can read this Guardian Helm. That's not what I wanted. I can read this Guardian Helm, and I can look at the skill info by pressing Control, and it'd say recovery up and health boost. And so I know what this does is it gives me a flat plus 15 to my health, but then also I recover 20% faster. And if I look at my whole armor set across everything, I have plus 50 total health, plus 30% recovery speed, or 30% recovery when I'm recovering that health. My stamina goes down 50% slower, and I reduce all damage I take by 50%. So, like, those are all very, very powerful things. And I do, so, like, I know what those are, but it's also one of those where I'm like, when I was looking through, like, the alloy stuff there, the alloy is like, this has a whole thing where it's like, it makes you better against water. I'm like, okay, that's a good thing to know. I don't know which of the monsters I could potentially be fighting does, like, water damage and where that would be useful and things like that. Because it's just like, we're still in the find out portion of everything here. We're also still kind of in the mess around portion of just like, I don't know what to do. I do know that our next mission that we're going on, though, is magic is terribly explained. That is pretty bad. The thing is, like, I very much do believe in the, like, hey, if I'm playing Magic the Gathering, reading the card explains the card is something that I do actually personally really prescribe to. The cats are gonna make me some food. I love this so much. I love the detail, the precision. Because we're gonna go do a big quest now. But the whole goal is, it's like, I do want to still learn the basic mechanics of the game, but I don't want to spend all of my time right now doing the just, like, grinding and grinding to get the extra things.
Oh yeah.
I'd rather just experience the game, and then when we inevitably hit the damage thresholds or the level curves where we are gonna be bad at things.
Ah.
Sorry, I'm getting into this.
Nothing can stop us.
Let's post a new quest. We have the one for the history books, which is the thing that we need to go do. That's our go get the magma boy. Do we have optionals that we haven't done? So we have fungal flexin in the ancient forest. Honestly, we might just do a couple of these optionals for a minute. Let's do some of these optionals for a minute while we learn what to do. Since I would go do the Zora Magna one, but I do think that actually what would be better use of my time right now. Nice, perfect. That's kind of what I was expecting, is that it would come as I play, and I just haven't played enough. Which is the whole reason of, like, I think I want to go do some of these things of, like, let's do these level 1s. Just to, like, learn the things, like learning the Clutch Claw. These other things, just to kind of warm up. Since that's kind of what I want to do, is I just want to warm up. And get back into it. Because it's also just like, I want to put myself back in the mode of, like, learning. Ooh, we can customize our menu. I don't hate that. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, grapple no muster, and then to soften its hide, or unleash all your slinger armor for the flint shot. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna try and do some slinger stuff.
On using the claw. Here's a crash course. Let's go over the basics first. Use your clutch claw with your weapon sheathed. That's it. Nice work. You can fire your claw with your weapon drawn as well. Try drawing your weapon before firing the clutch claw. That's it. Nice work. Let's move on. Hit a monster with your clutch claw to cling onto it. First, let's go over the weapon attacks you can use while clinging to a monster. The type of attack depends on which weapon you have equipped. The one you're wielding now will make the monster drop slinger ammo. Before we move on, let's get the exact timing down. This is going to be important, so pay attention.
This is just a tutorial, but I do think I want to take these and learn these.
Attack while clinging on. Attack the monster first to make it flinch, and once it stops, hit it where it hurts. Okay, let's see if you can pull this off in practice.
Okay, so we're gonna fight this Jagras.
Pay close attention to the monster's movements and land your attack. There, stop moving. Grapple on. Good. Now attack with your weapon. That's it.
Okay, so that is the thing that I did know how to do.
Slinger
Because
ammo
I've done that a
monsters
lot.
is extremely potent. Make use of it whenever you can. Let's move on.
Okay, what else do you have to tell me, Matthew Mercer?
Next, we're going to try to hit the monster's head while clinging onto it. It depends on the monster, but there are usually several body parts you can cling onto. You can move to different parts of the monster's body while clinging onto it, but you'll consume a lot of stamina. Make sure to get your aim right before going for a particular body part.
Okay, so
You'll
that's
need
good news to
slinger
know.
ammo. Go find some and load up.
I've got slinger
Attack the
ammo.
monster first to make it flinch, and once it stops, hit it where it hurts. Stop moving. Grapple on. Now,
Grapple onto
use
its
your
face.
slinger. Take aim for the head and move to make sure you don't get shaken off. You missed your opening, but don't sweat it.
Okay.
Focus on attacking it
I think I
again
know what's
until the
going on
next
there
chance
now,
comes.
though. There we go. Now I can do
You're out of
this.
slinger ammo. Best get off the monster for now.
Give me some more slinger ammo, please. There we go.
That's it. Nice
There you
work.
go. That's the thing. Okay, so like that's a
That
good
attack
thing to
will
learn too.
Consume all of your slinger ammo, but it can knock back monsters. Let's move on. Now let's look at how to.
Will
attack
do.
with your
Will
clutch
do.
claw.
I would love to
use
learn
this
more
attack
about it, but it is very much
to
just
monster's
like we're
head.
gonna do some of these tutorials, do
Attack
some of
the
that
monster
warm up.
first to make
It's
it
more of a
flinch,
just like
and once
getting
it
into
stops,
the
hit it where it hurts.
rhythm of learning how to press the buttons again. Yes, we need to grapple onto the monster, and then we need to perform a claw attack. We got some stones already. There we go.
There, stop moving. Grapple on.
Claw shot.
To force the monster to change
Claw
course.
attack.
That's it. Nice work.
Okay. Oh, so we can like really make it move.
This consumes a lot of stamina, but it allows you to make the monster change directions in quick succession. Uh-oh, looks like the monster is getting angry. When enraged, you won't be able to knock back monsters or get them to change course. Any monster becomes a threat if they're angry. Keep a close watch. When angry, monsters will be a lot more aggressive, so it's best to keep your distance for a while.
Good to know.
Looks like it's calmed down. Let's move on.
What else do you have to teach me, Matthew Mercer? Already this has been hugely beneficial because like I had known the clutch claw, like I could clutch on and do an attack thing. I didn't know any of the other things that I could do with it.
Onto the monster's head to make it slam into walls. This will be a great opportunity to really wail on the monster.
Ooh,
This is your time
that would
to
be
shine.
huge. Go get some stones. I need you to come over here, monster. There you go. Come stand closer to this wall. There we go.
Great job.
There you go. Big damage.
Always keep an
I
eye
flinched
out
it
for
into a
ways to
wall.
use your environment to your advantage when hunting. Nice work. That covers everything. Class dismissed.
Honestly, huge. That was immediately, I think, the most helpful thing I've ever done in this game. Just doing a tutorial mission that was just like, hey, here's how to use one of the most important items in that it's literally independent of what weapon you're using. You always have this claw. This was immediately the best thing I've ever done as far as like teaching me how to play the game. Ooh. We got an achievement, Clutch Claw Neophyte. We've studied the way of the Clutch Claw. Love that. So I'm now, feeling very justified in my, hey, we're gonna go do, oh, Poogie. Poogie gave me a big heart. Thanks, Poogie. We're gonna go talk to the research team about the Jagras. I forget who we is it this guy that we have to talk to?
Go carefully.
Okay, there you go. Update all of those guys. Perfect. Because like my good Jagras is now up to 2. So my rare material info has been added. So it can give us iron ore and monster bone small, apparently. Okay, we don't have anything to do the brinkables there. We are not playing the class that does weak points, we are not playing the weapon that does weak points, is what I'm learning from reading all of these. Big sword or big hammer both seem to be way better for weak points. Apparently one of the rare rewards we can get is a flame sack. Yeah, so Raytheon I definitely shouldn't have been fighting. Rathalos I definitely shouldn't have been fighting. Big sword does just mean cutting. I believe that. Okay, big sword just means cutting. Does big hammer just mean bludgeon it? Ah, there you go, there you go. Okay. It's all coming together, it's all coming together.
Time for some hard graft.
Okay, is there something I can... So, let's just start working on this. I want to start doing this... Ooh, food for tail cuts. There you go. Okay, I like that. I like that. Okay, so what we're going to start working on is I think I just want to start building things so that I can have them. Of like... It'll probably just be good to have things around to have them, and while I have the things of like... I just got a whole bunch of Jagras parts. So let's start building out this Jagras set. Because it's once again of like, we're still in the, I don't know that I want to ever use it, but we are in the mode of like, hey, let's just build it all out so we have the option. Because I'd rather have the option and never need it than never have the option, if that makes sense. So we'll just get some of this Jagras stuff going. So we fought so many Jagras. We've got a lot of this. And then we can go do the next one of these, like, optional missions. I think we're going to do a lot of optional missions right now, and then we'll eventually do the Zora Magros stuff in a minute. Is there... So we have the bone tree already. Yeah, we have these bone hatchets 3 already. So like we go into this tree. If we had an aqua sac, we don't have an aqua sac. We can go all the way up to wild hatchets 1. Just off of monster bones. We can go to Anjanath if we had another Anjath Fang. Which is just like fire. I believe that damage types. So damage types are basically like slicing, bludgeoning, and then whatever that rocket symbol means that I saw. Okay, we're gonna look at the quest board. We're gonna post a new quest. Do more of these optional quests. Like, let's go to the fungal flux in the ancient forest. I just need to go find 20 gourmet shroom caps in 50 minutes. Let's go try and do this. Just go mess around in the wilderness. Try to remember the controls and find some mushrooms.
You can access your
Okay, perfect.
You can access
We just have to find the
specialized
specific
tools from
thing.
the item bar.
Now, here's the question I
Your
have
goal on this quest is to obtain and deliver some materials. Step 1, go find some.
how do we find them? It says there's got to be a way to use like the scout flies to find specifically the thing that I want to find. First, I just got to go find where these mushrooms are in general. So like here's a mushroom.
Perfect. You've got the materials you need. I'll mark
Perfect.
where you found these on the wildlife map.
Okay, so now we're going to go to the map. We want to find... unique mushroom colonies. Oh, it's literally right in front of me. Okay, so I can do that. Okay, perfect. So yeah, we're just going to go run around and find unique mushroom colonies. And if we just happen to run into anything along the way, we'll deal with them when we find them. Like these monster bones that are glistening and sparkling. Like, I'm not gonna not go look at them. I think I'm good on the damage type explanation currently. But I will need it at some point. Exactly, I was gonna say, my feeling on that is it's way more complicated than what I need to know for right now. And I will... there's so many things to learn about this game that my opinion is I won't learn the things until I need to learn them. Because like right now, very much the threshold of what I need to learn is how do I find specifically the gourmet mushrooms that I'm trying to look for right now? And the answer to that was find one of them. Then I know now that I can look on my map and be like, where on my map is the next one of these colonies? It's right here. And then I can do a tab in it to have my scout flies be like, go directly there. So, like, now we're in this cave. Ooh. I'll also take this ivy. Why not? And in this cave, there should be more of the mushrooms. There we go! Found them! Fair enough, fair enough. Oh! Piercing makes sense for the third damage type and for the, like, icon that I was shown. Okay. The second you even said that, I was like, ah! This makes sense, this makes sense. Okay, so where on my map? I would also love like more resolution in my zoom in. Just as my, you know, completely untrained critique of this game that I have not played long enough to have an actual critique of. So it's like, dude, having a little bit more resolution. Oh, there's one right here. We found one we weren't even looking for on our way there. Perfect. Yeah. Ooh. You know, I will look at an Anjanath footprint. You don't have to tell me twice. And Anjanath mucus. I'll keep looking for more stuff about these guys. There we go. Here's our mushroom colony we were looking for. Okay. that finishes it. Okay, so we can tab down. Let's return to camp. Because, like, I still want to kind of hang out around here for a little bit. Why not? Okay. Armor sphere, okay. Perfect. There we go.
If in doubt, take a bite.
You know, honestly, that's a motto when it comes to food that I can get behind. Even as a person that I am with as many random food allergies as I've got, just like, you never know if you're going to like something until you try it. So if in doubt of whether you're going to catch it, if you're going to like it or not, you know, just try it. Figure out what it is. Okay, so this is actually one that I do think I want to do because it answers one of my many questions of... They mentioned that you can catch monsters, not just slay monsters, and they have explained no further in how to do that. And that is something that I am actually interested in learning, and this is an optional that will teach us how to do that, and I think that that is really nice. Because I want to know, especially since like the next main thing we're trying to do is we're trying to capture this elder dragon. I don't even know how capture works as a mechanic in this game. No one has explained it other than it's possible. Okay, so... Weaken monster, trap the monster, and use a tranquilizer to capture the monster alive. Bring the traps and tranquilizers you need with you. Find them in the item box or the supply box. Traps, shock traps, spitball traps, etc. Tranquilizers, trank bombs, trank ammo, etc. Okay. Okay, so we just basically play like normal until we see the limping animation. And then... we tranquilize it. Oh, fun! See, my take on what they don't tell me is how to do it at all, because this is they mentioned a thing of like, hey, we'd prefer it if you capture monsters instead of killing them, and then provided zero more information until literally this moment. So, I love that we now have new information. Okay, so let's go find traps and trank.
So be careful. The supplies you need to capture a monster are on site.
So here's a shock trap.
Sure you have trank bombs. That one's a must.
Here's trank bombs. Okay, so where on our wheel? There's our shock trap. There's our trank bombs. Perfect. Okay, so then now that we've got that going, you have anything else to say to me, handler? Okay, then let's... Let's go find the monster that we are hunting. I actually kind of like having this around too if I'm going to be in this weird cave. Because then I can try and see better. Also, do we already have on our... All we have are the Kestodons and some Palicos. So we have to go find the Kuluyaku first. Okay, so we can do that. Yeah, this one gave me supplies, which is helpful. Like, that's a good first step. Because I wouldn't have known what to craft. But going forward, I can do that. This also explains a lot of things of, like... Last week when I was playing with Abby... Abby would get a whole bunch of things of, like... Abby used a whole bunch of traps while we were doing our things. And I was like, oh... I don't know how to use a trap. I don't even know what traps are. Okay, here's a... footprint. I also find a nest over there, which will be interesting. Whose nest are you? Oh, these are just wyvern eggs.
Transporting an egg will attract different types of threats, either from hungry monsters or the egg's mother.
I broke the egg. So that's just I can use that to pick up wyvern eggs if I want to. Good to know. Oh, there's the wyvern! We don't want to fight this Rathian, so we're going to run away from the Rathian. I have learned enough from my errors of my ways last week, where all I did was just, like, find the first monster I was looking at and then fighting it, that I should not do that. So, we're not going to fight the Rathian that we just found. We call that character development, chat. There's our quest! That's our target! I found our Kuluyaku. So we just have to go try and find out how to get over to where it is. Also, at this point, let's get rid of the Bright Moss and pick up something that can actually do damage, maybe? Exactly. Brave Sir Robin has been a role model for sure. Oh, now that we saw it, is it on our map? No, but the Rathian is. Here's a whole bunch of cacti. Here's the Palicos. There was a Kuluyaku around here.
The scout flies have found something. Go get a closer look.
Oh yeah, I mean, it felt great last week when I started our game. Like, I started the stream by just, like, trying to beat up an Androrath, and then we ended the stream hunting an Androrath, and I was like, oh, I almost killed this raw on my own, before we even fought it. When I was definitely not supposed to be fighting it. Bobble cactus. Okay, I'll take some of these. Yeah, I figured that one. The research section they did actually, I think, explain pretty well. As far as things that I have not had explained to me well go in this game, the research one is one that I feel like they actually did a very good job of explaining. I was just like, hey, interact with the footprints and things like that, and as you do that, you'll learn more about the monster. As you learn more about the monster, you learn about like what your rewards are, you learn about what your benefits are for finding it. So like that, I think they did a really good job.
The scout flies will hide once the fight breaks out. Don't forget that.
Explaining it's the other things of like the capture mission we're on right now, where it's like, hey, we want you to capture a thing. And I was like, okay, you've told me that I can capture monsters. You then proceeded to explain literally nothing about how I do that. And I'm like, how do you expect me to gain that knowledge and work with it? This is my honest and earnest plea. Just like, what do you... you want me to do a thing, but you're not going to explain to me how to do that thing. Okay, are these Kuliaku? There they go, Kuliaku! He ran this way. We're finding him. Perfect, that's what I was looking for over here, is trying to figure out where our Kuliaku went that we're trying to trace. Found some old feathers. There we go.
The scout flies have picked up the monster's trail.
Perfect.
We'll be on the target
Love
before
that.
long. Hope you're ready.
I am ready. That's the whole reason I'm here.
Go ahead. Follow the scout flies.
Does this also mean that now it's on our map officially? So I can look for our Kulayaku? Yes, I can. It's up here. Perfect. You. I'll learn more about it after we find it. Oh, I think it's up there. Did it just jump off this cliff? Am I like literally right behind it? Yep, there it is. Get over here.
Hard time capturing the monster while it works up. You need to wear it down first.
Where are you running to? Kuluyaku? I thought I beg to differ, Mr. Kuluyaku, that I did not dodge you there.
kicks in.
Oh, we got it. There we go. There we go.
You can't carve materials.
Exactly. Sufficient to know.
However,
Seeing on the map is one of those. Exactly. Yeah.
Usual once the quest is over.
Perfect. 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 I think we're gonna go all the way to HQ on this one, because now I've got things in my items and I want to get off of my items. I agree, Midnight Campaign. Sufficient to know that the mountain exists and we'll climb it someday. But it also, there is going to be a lot of me that is going to be just like, we'll find random things in the wild and I will just try to fight it when I definitely shouldn't be trying to fight it. But we did just capture our first monster, and I do feel pretty proud about that. That was also really nice, just to be able to go and learn how to actually... Ooh, first silver crown or higher for monsters that appear from low or high rank. And we captured our first monster. I don't know what silver crown means, or high or low rank monsters, but hey, I'll take it. All I know is that that fight was not hard. Hi, Poogie. Which was nice.
Go carefully.
I just wanted to let you know that I know more about the Barath and the Kuluyaku. Now I know what the rewards are. Okay. And then the Barath, I also know what the rewards are. It can give me mud, apparently. Fertile mud. Good to know. Go on a little jaunty run. Mainly because we want to get to the item box. Manage items. Get rid of things that I don't need in my pouch. There's an auto sort feature. Oh, that's amazing. Yes, I love auto sort features. Okay. Store this, store that, store all of these, and then resort that all. Sort all this. Perfect. Oh, loved that already. Okay, we are learning so much, and I love it. Ooh, there we go. We can... This was something that was told to me if, like, I could craft more than one at a time. I just needed to figure out how to do it, and so that was good to learn how to do. Okay. That was mainly what I wanted to do, since I hate having my pockets full. Oh, that's good to go. That's good to know. Since I do feel like, the thing is you say that it's wider than it is deep and I know most of what I need, I still feel like I know literally nothing. So we could go get the rending beaks. Or the Match Slicers 3. I do know that Kuliaku everywhere now fear my name, which is nice. I do appreciate that, but it is also, I'm like, I don't really know much about that at all. But now we have Kuliaku specific, like, knives, which that's cool. I like that. Also, I think just take these all the way up to their highest evolution. So, rending beaks we currently have. So those are 154. Our wild hatches would be 196. These are still the best thing we've got, but they're actually not that much better, other than the fact that I already have an element on it, than our wild hatchets, which is crazy that we're only off by like 42, which is kind of dope. Like, that's honestly really cool. But just like the stuff I can craft out of bones is honestly not that much worse than the thing that they're like, this is the super OP catch you up to the DLC gear. Okay, let's find our next one of these optionals. We're gonna just do a whole bunch of optionals today, chat. So like this one wants me to go do kill a whole bunch of Vespoids, or go kill 7 Gajau. I know how to fight Gajau, so let's go do that first. And then we can go fight non-Gajau. Okay, balance is wonky and not face valid. Good to know. All I know is what numbers say, and those two numbers are way closer than I thought they would be for how powerful I feel it is. The main differentiator is that, like, I know that the thing that I'm using has this blast 150, and you can see that of just like every now and then I'll hit a massive combo, and then the enemy I'm fighting will just explode. And that's pretty great. Something to say to me, handler?
If in doubt, take a bite.
We're just gonna hit this bone pile real quick, and then I want to try and find a way to immediately go out here through this water. Okay, blast is pretty great. Damage types have merit. Some have more merit than others. All of that makes sense. That vibes with what I feel like I know about the game at this point. Hi, Mr. Bug. Okay. I know I'm going to try and fight a whole bunch of fish, so I figured that following the water to where the fish live is easiest way to find the fish I need to fight. And lo and behold, I was correct.
You can carve materials off of monsters. These materials are vital for producing new equipment and upgrading what you have.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick break here now at 6. To just harvest all of the things before we can't harvest all of the things anymore. Don't attack me while I'm trying to harvest all of your friends that I just killed. That's rude. And uncalled for. Can't you tell I'm busy here, Gajao? I would believe that a paralysis-infused hammer would be really funny. Okay, we have slayed this Gajao. Oh, our Palico killed the other Kajao without us. Just soloed that Gajao over there. See, that then brings up the question, though, Midnight Campaign, of... I know of exactly 3 affinities now. In total. See, but that comes down to your role as being the sword and shield propagandist in the chat. And of course you're going to tell me about all of the shenanigans from your paralysis sword and shield. Okay. We have killed all of our Gajao. We'll take all of our stuff. He got more iron. I'll take more iron ore. Yeah, I know now of paralysis because you've mentioned it in the chat. I know of blast because it's the thing that's currently on my item. And I know about water because I've been sitting here looking at all of these trees of like how to build things. And I think I've noticed that one of them is builds into like a water thing.
We're on the
Okay.
hunt.
The other one that I feel is going to be interesting is we still have this one where we just have to go kill these 14 Vespoids, and that's just like a... I don't know how well my things are good at killing flying enemies? Is the thing that I'm concerned about? Oh. End view mode. Hated that. I'm trying to figure out how to get it out of windowed. I believe that I can do it. I also believe that I can do it. Thank you. Also, thank you for the Cinderella reference to tell me that I can do it, because that also means a lot to me. Love a Cinderella. Let's mine this mining outcrop. Are these the things that I'm trying to fight? Those are! Oh, okay. So it's these little guys. Okay, well then we're just gonna fight them with the thing that's easy to fight them with. Which is my ranged option. Okay. I'm immediately now no longer concerned because it's like, oh, I don't need to fight them with my... Tough-skinned fruit? Apparently that same plant was 2 different types of fruit. Yeah, so now the real concern is trying to find 11 more of them. Oh, this is just like a grapple point. Okay. Interesting. I was not expecting that to be the case there. So... I know that I'm supposed to be able to find them in 12. Just go try and find... Since that's where I was told, based off the map when we were coming into the area, that these things were. Now that I know they're easy to kill, it's just... The hard part is finding them. Unless just like every weird flying winged creature can be a Vespoid. Do we see any more Vespoids in here? We got some monster bones. That's good. Oh, they came back. There they are. Okay, so if we know that they are at least going to be on this cliff face forever, we'll just keep leaving this area and coming back to this area and getting them off of these cliffs. There we go. I've figured out our plan, chat, and now all that remains is to execute it. So we'll just leave here. See, I was under the assumption that we might have to fight these, like, wyverns up here. It was, like, what this was going to turn into. But, in fact, no. There we go. Got 9. So we need 5 more. So if we do this 2 more times, we're done. Perfect. I can live with that. It also gets our mining outcrop back. That's nice. Now, does that bring us back to our flies? Are there flies here? I see no flies. Unfortunate. So that wasn't far enough away for them to come back. Good to know. We're learning things, chat. We're learning how far away we need to run to get our flies to come back. That wasn't far enough to run away. So what if we run all the way up here? Do just one of these. A quick little loop. And then we slide back down. They are not back. Okay. It's time, not distance. Ah, see, that also makes sense. That was my next theory, was I'm like, it might not be back because we haven't spent enough time. I just got lucky that I went far enough away. And it took me long enough to get there. I still have not waited long enough, apparently. Okay. We've got, you know... Ooh. Interesting. It's variable time, more organic that way. You know, that makes sense, because I'm like, I need to do this eventually, but also this is taking a while. The other ones were very much consistently of just like, hey, I show up, and then it's just like, done. These ones have been like, oh... Come to me. There we go. Well, at least it respawned the bone piles. You know, I can understand that. The thing is like, all I know about this map is that this specific monster spawns in exactly this spot. And I don't know it well enough to figure anything else out. And the other thing is like, it is a time frame that I have of, admittedly, a very generous time frame of 50 minutes. The fact that they are not here, though, means that I might have to go find another location on the map that has these. Okay, we have to go try and find more small insect doodads. Oh. I found mining outcrops. Some might say even more important. Okay. Fun little cave. Don't need to fight those little guys. Looks like they want to try and fight me anyways. Well, let's try and find more Vespoids. This was a dead end. Oh, maybe that is what? There we go, found one. Okay, so they can also come here. Good to know. Can I find 4 more of them around here? There's one. Oh, there's more. We found them. We explored even just a little bit. We got immediately a huge benefit for it. Also, I really want to jump in that hole, and I'm going to do not that. But the second I saw that hole, I'm like, oh, I want to jump in that hole. Okay, one more. We just gotta find one more. There he is. Found him. There we go. Okay, so, I mean, literally the first time we went exploring is when we found a whole bunch of stuff, so that's nice. Okay. There we go. We figured it out. We found our flies. Oh, there we go. We finally got out of window mode, too. Perfect. Take all the stuff. Take all the monster bones. Perfect.
We're on
Okay,
the hunt.
let's do some more optionals, and then once we're out of optionals, then we'll, I guess, progress the story. We can do this bobble cactus one. This is going to be fun. I know where bobble cactuses are. Especially from this. Away we go, chat! Ooh, this bone pile is shiny now. Maybe at some point I will learn what shiny means, as opposed to what shiny does non-shiny means. This one I think means that we just got different rewards than we would have gotten. Because we got boulder bones and monster bones small. Which is actually kind of huge. Because, like, these bone piles aren't shiny. But, like, this is shiny. Hard fruit, hard fruit. So that one was shiny and just gave us hard fruits. What about this one? More hard fruit. Rock fruit, okay. Here's cactuses. There we go. Here's our first 3. Except for that we got unfortunate and got a jewel cactus instead of a bobble cactus. Ooh, there's a person up there. Hi. First Wavirian. The area known as 6 is the most dangerous. It seems 36% of hunters have collapsed there. You can have this. Ooh, give me a max potion. Okay. So we'll stay away from Area 6. Unless there's like a million cactus in Area 6 that I need to be aware of. Because all I care about are cacti, baby. I am here for prickly cactus and nothing else. Ooh, I think I see that might be a cactus over here. Nope, that's just like a regular... I will look at more Kulaku footprints, though, to level up. And Barath footprints. There we go. I love the dung beetle already. I just saw the dung beetle. And if anything ever happens to that dung beetle, it's over for all of you, chat. Ooh, a shiny ore deposit. Don't mind if I do. Malachite ore? Multiple malachite ores? Oh, hey, there's a Baroff. I don't actually want to fight you. So, like, if you just want to go on your way, I'll go on my way. Okay, can we find some more cactus, please? I would love cactus. These are old footprints that it doesn't recognize. I will look for unrecognizable old footprints. Ooh, some sort of monster that I haven't met yet. Just haven't met you yet. Okay, so we do need to find a whole bunch of cactus still, but there are old footprints to be investigated. I believe that. Oh, that's the thing!
Whoa! Look at the horns on that thing! You better hope your armor holds up or you're
I don't know what this thing is that I just found, but I don't think I'm supposed to be fighting it. There you go. You are not a cactus, and therefore I will not engage. I would love to find a cactus, though. If you have any that you know about. Oh, that was a Diablos! Okay. I've heard that name before. Discretion is the better part of valor. I'm not here to hunt Diablos. I'm here to hunt, cactus. I know what I'm here for, Midnight Campaign, and it is cactus and nothing else. And definitely not this Diabolos that will for sure eat me. Not that I don't think I could fight the Diabolos, because I could probably fight it. I mean, we fought the Androrath, but it's very much like, that's not what we're doing right now. Like I say, you've clearly never sat on a cactus. Take it from a guy that sat on a cactus last year. Cactus fight back, and they fight back for longer than you think they would. Oh, there's the cactus. I found you. There we go. There we go. I also think I would take more damage trying to sit on a Diabolos, but it still is just like, you can take damage from cactus. Okay, we're gonna go try and find the next thing of cacti. There's a cactus here. There's also a Baroth just chilling over there, though, so, like, we'll try and be careful about not angering the Baroth while we, you know, try to get this cactus. See, look, there's the Baroth. Hello. Please leave me alone. I'm here to look at this cactus. Sounds good. I have yet to ever pick up a gun lance because I'm fairly certain that it is too sophisticated for me to understand how to use. It looks like the Baroth is going to go try and mess with the Diabolos. We might actually want to go watch that because that sounds like it would be fun to watch. Poke, poke, boom. Ooh, more shiny mining outcrops. Ooh. Hello, Baroth. I would say I so far have yet to meet a single thing in this game that I would compare to a pussycat. Other than the palicos, who are literal cats. But they're also friends, hence palico, because they are your pal first, and then calicos second. Hi, Mr. Deer. Okay. Oh, I can just ride you? Honestly, that was dope. I didn't know that I could just ride the random dinosaur. That was a great learning. Palamutes make sense. I like Palamutes as well. I like the iterations on a theme of just like, they are friend first, and then they are random animal. And now we begin where we ended. At the cacti down here at the bottom. No, it does not get me there fast. I agree. In fact, it immediately kicked me off its back. We have successfully gathered all of them. You know, I'm not surprised by that midnight campaign. That makes honestly a lot of sense. For you specifically. We can now request more items at the Botanical Research Center.
If in doubt, take a bite.
What is our last optional? Getting yoked in the waist. So now we have to go find Apsaros eggs and pick them up. Okay. Let's go find some eggs, baby. Transfer request requires you to carry items that won't fit in your item patch to some monster eggs back to camp. Once you've delivered the required number of items to the slide box, the quest can compete. You can still sprint, scale ledges, and move along walls while transporting an item, but make sure you don't run out of stamina. If you press E, you can drop it. You have a suggestion. I'll take a suggestion. Midnight campaign. Ooh. That does seem helpful for a mission where you're trying to hold eggs and run with them. My whole thing is I'm like, I know exactly where one nest is on this entire map. And it's for the wyvern. That makes sense to me that it would be the Kuliaku armor, because Kuliaku's whole thing is that they steal eggs. So I think really my only goal here is that I do want to just go try and find the thing that I'm looking for, that I'm supposed to be looking for at least. And then if I can steal the egg, I'll steal the egg. But first I just want to even find where I'm supposed to steal the eggs from. Because, like, none of these guys have an egg by them. Oh, I can also ride the goat things. Love that. I mean, I have nothing else going on. I have no problem with exercising patience. The concern currently is just, like, where am I even trying to go to do the objective is the current question. Because, like, oh, it's right here.
You'll need both hands to carry larger materials. Let's get this back to camp and prep it for delivery.
Aha. I am just barely faster than these things that are chasing me, trying to get their egg back. As is. So. Let's go. Oh. Oh. Okay. So. Potentially the answer is, let's do some of this. Get rid of the nice, friendly herbivores. So that they can't fight me when I steal their eggs. Oh, hey, another Kuliaku as well. I actually think I want to just... for future egg stealing needs. Interesting. I pressed buttons to try and do the thing that the game has told me I need to do, and it launched me out of online services. Yay, we killed the Kuliaku. This gets us closer to getting the Kuliaku armor if we needed to get it to retry this mission. Yay. So that was an interesting little, you know, interaction that we had there. Okay, so we're gonna repeat this process now. I honestly don't want to hurt the big herbivores, but now they won't immediately aggro us when we steal their egg. These apparently just give us raw meat, which we already have. Okay, now that we have killed them all, let's go get this herbivore egg back to camp. We are very slow when we have the egg in our hands, but we should be fine. Don't love the Apsaros that I can see on the screen up there. You know, I think that is an acceptable game design thing. I'm fine with them slowing me down as long as they give me a good reason for why I am slow. And I consider this to be a good reason of, like, why I am slow is because I am carrying an egg of an animal that is so much bigger than me. Now, the real question is, where do I go to actually get back to camp? I think it's just over here. But I cannot actually remember. So yeah, I just definitely ran all the way the wrong way. But we're giving them just a little rope-a-dope. Okay, so let's figure out how to actually... Is it here? Is it up this one? It is up here. Okay. Okay, so now I know how to go. Okay. So the Apceros have come back, unfortunately. There we go. We grabbed this. Okay. I know how to do the egg mission now. It's over for the Apceros population. I'm gonna have so many eggs. So my whole thing with slow me down missions is that you can totally do them. You just have to not do them super frequently, and you have to give me a good reason in, like, diegetically as to why I have to be slow. This is actually, I think, a very good reason of, like, diegetically I have to be slow of, like, hey, the monster that lays this egg is, like, several tons. And so this is probably a very heavy egg. And I should probably have to move pretty slow to carry it. Yeah. If there's a payout for it as well, I'm also fine with that. If it's just like you're making me slow for no reason, then I'm like, yeah, biggest sin you could have committed is make me slow. But if there's a good reason for me to be slow and a good payout for me being slow, then I actually have no concern with being slow. Okay, I have run away from them. I just need to get to this cliff. Now that we're up the cliff, we can stop running. Because I don't think that the big dinosaur can clear it. Yeah, that seems pretty bad. I have delivered the egg. Okay, and now we just do that again. Okay, and now we go for a big slide again. And then we have to do this again. Okay, so that one ran away. I do think that I do have to deal with that, though, before I take the egg, because otherwise I'm just going to get over here and it's going to try and fight me. And I don't want to have to deal with that. Okay, there we go. Got this. Now let's pick up this egg. Give me egg! Yeah, I know, that would suck a lot, Midnight Campaign. And I can definitely relate to that, of just like... That was kind of my concern with a lot of the newer age and like era of a whole bunch of games is that like they'll give you just the absolute like talking down to hand holding of like. I think that the perfect reality for me as far as gameplay is concerned is that there's a median experience between my current experience of Monster Hunter Wilds, or Monster Hunter World, and like the Pokemon main complaint that they have right now for most current Pokemon games. Of just like Pokemon games right now seem to just like absolutely hold your hand on literally everything. And it is impossible to get out of like a 10-hour tutorial that starts the game. Whereas this one is like, we're going to tell you almost nothing about how our game works or what you're supposed to be doing, and hope that you figured it out along the way. And I think there's a middle ground that is pretty good. Oh, hi, Handler. Are you looking at the egg that I brought? Here's a second one. Perfect. Okay, and now I want to go back to HQ, get all the things out of my pockets. I hate having things in my pockets. And now we've bought enough time that I think, generally these streams only go from 2 to 8, but I'm having so much fun, and I did eat food, and I have more food here, that we will do the next big story mission at least. Maybe even a little bit more story missions, and we'll go past 8 if we have to. I'll go a little bit late tonight. We've been good. We get to keep a steel egg. Cool. Okay, Boogie. You probably have some more things to care about.
Carefully.
Namely, we have the Diabolos. What about small monsters? What even are they? Aptena, Jagras, Murnos, Vespoid, Mosswine, Epseros, Kestodon, Noyos, Gajau, Kelby. Okay. I believe that. That checks out with what I know of your life. I still think it's a lot of fun, though. Like, I'm genuinely enjoying this. Hey, I appreciate that. The thing that I've appreciated as much, too, is the availability of me, of people watching, letting me learn it on my own, though, has been a lot of fun. Of just like, hey, I have figured out what works for me, but it definitely doesn't work for everyone. And I think that's a lot of fun. Fair enough. Let's put this... oh, we can just press the C button. There we go. This is the just store all of them button. That's the button I wanted. Sort that. Sort this. I do want to have these with me, though. Take all those.
Time for some hard
Okay.
graft.
You know, totally fair, totally fair. The thing is, like, even without that, I've noticed, at least in my playing of these games, that it's like, hey, sometimes things just go weird. So we already have rending beaks. I think I want to just make another matched slicers. Just start getting us... Because, like, even just fighting the Anjanath that I was fighting with Abby last week, like, I got to points in that fight where I was just like, where am I going? Where is the monster going? Where is everything going? I do also think I want another one of these so we can go down multiple paths with them. We've got stuff for the alloy now. Let's do that. Good. Now that I have all this stuff, though, I do want to do this. Okay, we're gonna get all the alloy stuff. I am winning. We have done all of the optionals up until this point because I've been wanting to do them, and I was like, there's got to be a reason that these are in the game, and it turns out they teach you how to play this game entirely in the optionals and nowhere else. Which is, you know, an interesting choice, but it does, like, I finally know how to use all of the parts of my, my little gun thing. Not a gun, the... We can make this. There we go. Right now we're just crafting things to craft things. But after this, we're gonna go finally do the next, like, actual story mission, and then go try and capture an Elder Dragon, which is the thing we know how to do now, because one of my... Rob has been weathering all of my why does this game function this way complaints single-handedly here as Midnight Campaign. But one of my major ones has been kind of consistently... I'm crafting because I don't know what I actually want or need in this game, and I figured that this is not a bad thing to have. Like, I learned how to do that. I learned how to capture monsters, which was, like, my main complaint that I had of just, like, they told me that they wanted me to capture monsters, and then they didn't tell me how to do it. And it turns out that it was entirely hidden behind... You have to have... Okay, so we're gonna go do this. Okay, we're gonna go do the big quest. One for the history books, baby! Okay, so at dawn we attempt what no one in history has dared, capture an Elder Dragon, make your preparations and proceed to the site. May the Sapphire Star guide us all. Let's use a voucher. If we use one voucher on this mission, we get everything back from all that crafting we just did. But also, if we can get to the point where we do... We have rending beaks now, which we like. Matched slicers. We can't even upgrade anymore, but we do want to get these up to 3 so we can bring them over to whatever this tree is the idea. The bone hatchets were... this is still on... The controller is still on the to-do list. It was a very busy weekend at my family's house this weekend. Much busier than I think we thought it was going to be. Ooh. I'll build a Tobikadachi tree. In that, my brother had his mission farewell this weekend. And so I instead was very preoccupied with that. I also finished a D&D campaign last Saturday that had me up until 3 a.m. So I spent all of Sunday when I was supposed to be at my parents' house, like either doing the mission farewell or literally Sunday night, instead of after everyone had gone home, instead of like being like, hey, can I grab that controller that you were going to let me borrow? I took a 5.5 hour nap from 6 p.m. to 11:30 and then just stayed over and then went home in the next morning and was like, I got stuff to do. And then now here we are. But I also like know how to do keyboard and mouse stuff at this point.
This is gonna work.
So it's not as big of a concern.
Commander.
So,
We'll get it ready by morning. I promise.
I'll hold you to it. When the time comes, you know what to do. The operation will commence at daybreak.
Sounds like we got our work cut out for us, eh, old man?
By next moonrise, Zora will be in chains.
I feel like this is a bad idea. Like, I just want it to be on the official record. I have to fix that still. I tried to turn it off because like it's a function of OBS, and so I have a button that I can click to turn off that function. It turns out hitting the button that I need to hit to do my demon mode combo, even if it's off, just instead of taking a clip, automatically turns it back on and then takes a clip. So I'm gonna have a million clips of me doing my combo that I will just have to figure out what I'm gonna do with after the stream. But that's honestly least of my concerns right now. Biggest of my concerns is what to do about this. Since, like, realistically, I can just move it to a different mouse button. I have a whole bunch of different mouse buttons that I can put it on. Hi, Zora Magdaros. We're trying to catch you, but I don't think that we should. I am very much on team we shouldn't capture the Elder Giant, but...
If you've been wounded, retreat to the rear camp.
Okay, so that was the wrong cannon to use for this particular moment. Someone come load this cannon for me. Can I load it myself? I can load it myself. There we go. Let me load this cannon and then fire this cannon. Okay. I feel like this should be hitting the big dragon. Oh, I did! There you go. I did damage. Okay, Whiskers, it would be helpful if you didn't just stand inside the cannon. on. Let's get there. You can load up to 5 cannonballs in a cannon? See, these are the kind of things that it would never have told me. Oh, Whiskers can also put things in the cannon. There we go. I'm out of cannonballs. Okay.
Move!
Proceed with caution.
These are not the weapons I want to be using. That's less than ideal. Okay. I know that they told me I'm supposed to deal with these little things, but also... At least they are the, like, version of these that is, like, electrified. So they're better than nothing. But they're still not the items that I thought that I would have on this. Oh, there we go! He took that bullet for Zora Magdaros, which, you know, like, I appreciate because now he's not bothering me.
Move!
Ooh, we can get stuff there. Okay. So now he's moved, so this cannon isn't good anymore. Okay. Let's go find another cannon. Maybe this ballista?
It's time to restrain this beast. Ready your binders.
Climb up! The binder is on top of the barrier. Fire it from the ballista when you're ready.
Okay, I can do that. I'm on my way to the top of the wall. But this is very much, like, is this not striking anyone else like it's striking me of, like, this is a very hubris motion kind of thing of, like, we should not be trying to contain. Okay.
Fire!
How do I fire?
We restrained its movement.
Now! Hammer it with all you've got! We need to wear it down!
How do I fire the ballista? It, like, literally, every button I click does nothing. How to fire ballista... Oh, it's this button?
Second binder post. Success.
Wild, okay.
It's broken loose.
What's the target's condition?
It's still not weak enough to capture, sir.
Okay, so I did load the ballista. I just didn't know the button that I needed to press to actually fire the ballista. That was the real problem. Eventually, I stopped just pressing buttons and read the screen and realized that on the screen it told me exactly what button I needed to press. And that was a my bad. That was a my bad situation there. That's unfortunate, since I'm standing on the first barrier.
Alright, next phase. Zora Magdaros has broken through! Hunters, grab your transports and proceed to the mounting phase of the operation!
Move it, hunters! Get to a hitching post!
Got it. Boarding that sucker now.
This is where it really counts, partner. You can do it.
Oh, I can go this way? Okay.
Now!
That's what I'm looking for. There we go.
We're on its back, old man! Give us some orders!
Find the magma cores on Zora's shell. Those are its weak points, so if you attack them, it'll wear the beast down.
Watch out for that magma. It's spewing out of those cores. That's one of those cores. Attack it. Wow!
Okay. That does big damage. I feel like this is not a very effective amount of damage, but it's at least a way to do damage that I thought was going to prevent me from, you know, being lit on fire. But if it's not going to actually protect me, let's just get in here and do, like, real damage. Is this magma core destroyed? Because I get the feeling that it's no, but I also don't know how to tell when destroyed.
Magma core destroyed. Oh boy, Zora Magdaros did not like that one bit.
Okay, that is definitely destroyed.
The next one.
Ooh. I'll take that fragment. We don't want to go that way. That's just a river of magma. That also doesn't look like the right way. Dragonator Cannon Ballista. Okay. This also feels like not the direction of where I want it to be. I just need to find another magma core anywhere. They should not be this hard to find, I feel. I'm glad to hear that, because that does mean that I did destroy the one that I was trying to destroy, because it did stop glowing eventually. Oh, I thought I had timed that correctly to not get hit by that. But guess not. Yeah, that's definitely not a thing that I can hit. Okay, good to know. Okay, so can't go that way. Now, how to get to where the next one of these is? Great question. Ooh, does it? Do I have a map? I was gonna say, I was like, I wish I could map, but I didn't feel like I would have a map of specifically this dragon's back. I love that it's the serious handler. So I definitely killed that magma core. I'll come all the way down to the tail. Is there a magma core down here? If I go literally everywhere there is on this big dragon, I eventually have to find what I'm looking for, correct? I mean, the thing is, if you're naming it something like the serious handler, it implies the existence of a non-serious handler. And some sort of competitive handler ranking system. Okay. So I have now done, I think, just loop after loop of this place. Can I climb, like, here? Yes, I can. Aha! I found a new place to climb. None can keep me out. Even the big elder dragon dinosaur himself. If I just climb to the top, eventually I'll have to find another magma core, correct?
Has reached the second barrier.
All right, let's restrain this beast. Ready your one-shot binders.
Hi, Zoramacdros. I'm on top of your head now. I'd like to find a way to get off of your head. So maybe no, there's definitely more magma cores. Otherwise, I would have gotten the destroy magma cores thing checked off.
Ready your binders! Fire!
That's it. We've restrained it. Wait, what's that? What is that? That black figure up in the sky.
Oh no. Hunters, you need to get up onto Zoramagdaros' shell right now!
Are you okay? Some unknown monster has appeared on Zoramagdaros' shell.
Ballista team,
oh, hi,
ready
big
to
monster.
Hunters, onto Zora's back, now!
Ballista team, acknowledged. On it.
Nera Gigante.
That's the mysterious black monster.
Crazy name.
The one that left those doors behind.
Okay, my game has decided to do weird things again. Okay, we're gonna do one of these.
Hunters, assemble on its shell! We need to drive off that monster!
Get away from me, please and thank you.
Hunters, assemble on its shell! We need to drive off that monster!
There we go. Get into your little zone over there. Leave me alone. Don't kill my Palico, please. Hi, excitable A-lister. I have triggered a cutscene. This is your favorite monster, Gentetsu?
Come on! Back in position! Now! Aim! Fire!
The commentary about the serious handler is that the fact that the serious handler exists implies that there is unserious handlers and then some sort of seriousness of handlers ranking system that is followed. Homeboy with a really cool katana has showed up and then broke his katana.
He's from the first! Master!
No way.
Bye-bye, Negrigante. Okay, Zora Magdaros. I feel like we were doomed from the beginning that we were never going to catch Zora Magdaros.
I'm getting too old for this.
Well, we did win. Okay. So breakable. The way that you typed that out leads me to believe that it was intended in a way that is weird. Council underway.
First, your reports. Where do we stand right now?
Since it reached the Great Ravine, we've lost track of it, sir. The situation has made it quite difficult for us. However, I think we have a chance to salvage the situation if we can pick up its trail on the other side.
Got some good news from the field team on that front. Tectonic movement from when Zora passed through created a fissure in the Great Ravine. That fissure is our ticket to catching up with the beast.
There's no point. We exhausted our supplies during the last operation. Even if we did track it down, there's no way we'd be able to pull off anything of that scale.
Then what
That
should we
makes
do,
sense.
Commander?
We'll have to send a ship to the guild.
Shit. But with the skies and seas the way they are.
It doesn't matter. We cannot proceed without notifying the guild of the situation. We should send word and wait for their decision. Captain, can I count on you?
Never you worry, sir. I've been watching the sea churn and waiting for my chance to tame her again.
Crazy guy.
It seems that the fissure in the Great Ravine has not only given us a path, but an opportunity as well. Together, we're going to brave hunters. Head to the Great. May the Sapphire Star light your way. Dismissed.
Okay. New specialized tool. We got a health booster.
Let's go on an expedition out in the Great Ravine. I'll tag along.
Encountered in the past. Negrigante. Arrival and subsequent disappearance always coincide with a certain event. The Elder Crossing. I had my suspicions, but this latest appearance proves that there's a connection. So we're not the only ones with parental interest in Zora Magdaros. Provisions stockpile. New products in stock. Okay.
New products in stock.
What are your new things you have? You have bounce bombs and large barrel bombs. Gunpowder fish bait. Of course, since gunpowder comes from fishes in this world, how could I have been so foolish? He sells Prada now, not just Gucci?
Hello.
Capturing the Kularaku! Ooh, we got a whole bunch of points.
Good to see you. Good luck.
So they want me to capture a Baroth? Okay, I can do that. Laid back botanist. New Prada in stock. He said it. He did say it. Told to immortalize the insects and fungi in the ancient tree.
Hurry back now.
Hunt a Rathian? I don't know that I want to hunt a Rathian right now. I tangled with the Rathian a little bit, and it was not a good experience, and I do not think we are Rathian fighting level yet. I don't actually know that many botanists, so I'll take your word for it. I subscribed very early in my life to the belief that all biology and study of biology was just witchcraft, and therefore I was uninterested. What do you have now? You have new things. You don't have new weapons. Do you have new armors? You don't have new armors. You know, fair enough. I've fought the Rathian. I fought the Rathian when I wasn't supposed to fight the Rathian, when we were doing the mission to get into the wastes and the Rathian just kind of shows up. And it's just like, hey, how's it going? Nice to see ya. And then I did the cool thing of just like, hey, I know I'm just supposed to distract this thing so that our packet, like our gang can get by, but what if I just attempt to solo this monster I have no business fighting? So, I have the Electrosax, I need one Tobikadachi Claw, and then I need a whole bunch of things that I don't know what they are yet. So... Ooh! I can get my Rending Beaks up to this if I get more Dragonite Ore and Malachite Ore? Doable on the Rathian fight? You think I could go fight a Rathian right now? I'm actually not hating these Pulsar. Toby's your favorite. I wasn't actually hating these Pulsar hatchets. Still not anywhere near as good a damage as we're getting on, like, these things. I didn't actually hit the pulsar hatchets. I think we are getting very closely approaching the point where I'm going to start using things that are not my guardian items. Do I have items on me that I don't want to have on me? No, we're good. Perfect. Pink Raytheon on parade. So we can do the capture a Baroth, which I think we could do that one pretty easily. I'm not really concerned about that one. And then our optional here is that we have to go fight the Raytheon. Maybe that's what we'll do. Since I don't know that I want to go too much longer, but we could do maybe these two. Let's go do these two hunts. We'll go capture a Bareth, and then we can go do a Raytheon. Nothing's out of my reach sounds like a little... I'm glad that you two believe in me. I'm glad that you do. Okay, let's do Baroth, and then maybe we'll end the stream with me trying to fight a Raytheon. Give me shock traps, please. Wow, they want me to get... This is a new way to go to find this fight than I know how to do. Oh, hi, pig! Hi, pig. Ooh. Fine. Thank you for your help, young moss swine. I didn't want to fight you, but I know that you guys get really angry every time I show up. Fashion Hunter is the correct answer. You know, I'm actually very excited for the Fashion Hunter part of this game. Like, more than you probably realize. That's mainly why I was crafting all of those armors when you showed up, Gentetsu. Was so that I can... Since, like... As much as the gear that I have on is incredibly overpowered and very, very good, and I know it is a crutch and I am willing to keep using that crutch, the other thing... Oh, hey, there's the guy that I'm looking for. There's my big Barothy boy. You say that like I wasn't already planning on playing with you guys when I got to the point where I could play with you guys. Get out of this mud. Luckily, he pushed me out of the mud for me, so I don't have to get out of it on my own.
You've been hit with water blight. That's gonna put a damper on your stamina recovery.
There's no controlling an enraged monster. Keep a close watch on your mark.
Got me. I don't know what that just did or why it just did it, but somehow trying to get it to run into a wall exited out of the entire game. What is your suggestion, Midnight Campaign? Okay, let's go. We gotta get it to the point where it is limping so that we can trap it. Whoa! Oh, okay. He just, like, did a jump that we can't do. Makes sense. I would shoot a puddle pod at him. I don't have that slinger ammo on me currently. I need him to go running the opposite direction in this area than where he has run. Okay, there we go. Now it's time for shock trap and tranquilizers. Get back here. Get back here. Stop running away from me. Nope, that was bad. I need another trap somehow. I don't know how to get another trap. So I don't think that worked. Can you chase me this way, please? Back up towards the trap is? Come get me. No, that's not the right way. I think this might be the first time that I fail a mission. Oh, how do I craft while on the quest? This is a hey chat moment of I would love to do that. How do I do that? Escape menu, crafting list. I need to find a thunderbug. Or nets. Okay, can I find thunderbugs? Okay, so if I look at map, does map show me thunderbugs? Since it's just gone back to its area, so we have to start over the fight anyways. But I don't want to start over the fight if I don't have the thing that I need. There's thunderbugs. Okay. We're gonna go try and get thunderbugs. And then we'll come back and do the bear off once we have another trap. Okay, I have to go craft this trap. Ooh, that's good to know. I figured there had to be some way to do filters, but I'd figure that out later. It's like, I have this trap that's just chilling here, but that's not helpful to me anymore. There we go. We have our shock trap again. So now... Ooh. I want... Okay, Baroth, our fight shall be legendary. Also, Diabolos scratches, just to learn more about that. That's fine. I had things to craft this in my bag. I just didn't have a thunderbug, so I had to go find a thunderbug. Now I have my thunderbug, though, so we're good. Let's get ready for the fight again. Phone keyboard does, you know, massively debuff. I will give you that. But, ooh, if we can find the puddle pod around here as well, that would be huge. Because this is definitely where it's resting. Okay, well, we woke it up. Okay. I don't know what is going on right now. My game is freaking the heck out. Oh, well, I killed it. That's bad.
Whoops. You failed the quest. That's okay. Get yourself prepped and try again.
Well, I thought when it got back to its nest, it fully healed. Not it healed a little bit. Well, let's try that again, shall we? Yeah, but this is the first time I failed a quest ever. Also, I don't know what's going on with my game when it just like it's doing.
Partner, let's go in and
It gets a tiny bit back. Okay. Yeah, it's never done that before, and I don't know what's causing it to do that today. At all. It just is doing like weird stuff. Okay. We'll retry though. We'll just not drop the trap this time while we are having it run away from us, and we'll drop it when it's trying to fight us a little bit. Yeah, it was, you know, weird things are happening. While we're down here, we might as well. Get the ore while we're here. And then head this way. It isn't a jank short dream without this jank. The thing is we made it really far into this stream before we got to the jank. We should have the Baroth up here now. There we go. We're going to learn how to use this map, baby. At this point, we're almost up to level 3 Baroth, which would be dope. Oh, he's still over there, on the other side of the hill. Okay. Hey, Mr. Baroth. I'll be there in a second to fight you. Ooh, we got a light crystal. That feels like a rare drop. Let's get unstunned, please. There we go. I will follow you, Baroth. I do need to go pick up that slinger ammo, because I don't have any currently in my slinger. Oh, that was... Okay, we on to the next part of the fight, baby. You gonna do big jump. While we're down here, let's just do one of these. Are you already limping? Move for me, please.
Hit it with all you got.
There we go. Now we're limping. Okay, we just follow it until it stops moving. And then when it's decided to stop moving again, that's when we can put down our trap. Okay, when are you going to stop run? No more run. There we go. There we go. There it is. Okay, way easier this time. Turns out, you just gotta wait for it to stop running away from you. He does like to chill in the mud puddle. I can't blame him for chilling in the mud puddle. Very good hunt. Well done. Okay, I'm holding myself to it. We're gonna go try and fight this Rathian to end the stream. That's gonna be the idea. Ooh. I'll take all of the goodies. We have full research on the Baroth. We know everything there is to know about Baroths. Some may call me a Baroth expert. Okay. We're gonna try it out, chat. This isn't a capture. This is just a... we need to fight the Rathian. What do you have for me? You've got first aid med. We've got easy ration. And then you have antidotes, but I'm already full up on antidotes. Which is good because this thing is going to poison me. Okay. So we already know how to get the Rathian to show up, since I've done that accidentally once already today. And that is to go up this cliff to the nest and steal one of its eggs. Hi, footprint. What are you, footprint? You might have changed my nickname in the D&D Discord server. Honestly, as long as it's a good nickname, I don't care. I'll check it after the stream. Is it Master of Baroths? Because now I know everything there is to know about Baroths, according to this game. So, the one thing that I knew about how to get a Rathian to spawn isn't here. Because I needed there to be an egg in this. And there's no egg. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for now, is where the tracks are going to be. Since I know that where I am is where the Rathian is, It's just trying to figure out which way I want to go to figure out where more tracks could be. And my guess is because of where I found the tracks, this way. And then I don't see them here. So maybe up? We also hit the mineral deposit by the Diabolos. Just, you know, to get the resource. I can look at Barroths. Nope, that's a Barroth footprint. That Barroth footprint just disappeared. There's the Barroth. We don't need to fight the Barroth. So we can be chill, Barroth. We are friends. That's a fun little guy. It's a cactuar. Cactuar ran away from me. There's the cactuar again. Sorry, I got distracted by that cactuar. I'm not I know they do a million, like, crossovers with Final Fantasy in this game. That was not one that I expected. I can be 100% honest about that. Oh, interesting. You're done routing your wood? Nice! We're trying to find a Rathian to kill it. There, we found the Rathian. We also found a pig. High moss pig. Currently, for those that have been watching, the only animal that lets me ride it without freaking out. Oh, if we have this, that means it's on the map now. Oh, it's like right behind me. Hey, Raytheon. Our fight shall be legendary. I think I have poisoned it. Let me stop being on fire, and then let me stop being on poison. Give me something to shoot at your face. I had a really cool idea there that immediately fell apart. Stop being on fire, please. There we go. Okay, I would like to stop being on fire. I need you to let me actually roll. There we go. Where you going, baby? Get back here, Raytheon. Okay, there we go. Get the heal off. broke off its tail. That seems really cool. Okay, don't know what that was. Where did you go? Okay, I would like the Raytheon tail, please. Fair enough, we could do that. I would have to make a new overlay just for this game, but that's not a hard thing to do. Raytheon, where did you go? Okay, you're headed towards the nest. Abby has made a good suggestion, and it's one that we can definitely act on. It definitely can be ready by next week. We can't do it today. Got him. There we go. Okay. I did get the tail. I went and got the tail. Yeah, you did tell me that I could take her. That was actually really fun, too. And a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Not that it was easy, but I was way more terrified. To be fair, the last time I fought it, I didn't know that it might have been in a mission where I was not allowed to kill a Raytheon. And therefore it was really hard to do. Because it could have been one of those scripted, you can't take this fight, so don't even try kind of fights. There we go. All Raytheons are female and all Rathalos are male? You know, checks out. Checks out. That makes sense. You have killed that Raytheon? Break Rathion's head. We got Rathian shell. There we go. Take all of this. Take this one. Okay. See, now the thing is now I kind of want to try and get that mission again and kill that Raytheon. To prove that I could, now that I've killed a Raytheon.
Yes.
Tell me more about Zor Megiddos Raytheos and the Baroth. We should now have, like, level 3 research on Baroth, right? Yeah, we're max Baroth research. Ah, so that just gives us frequencies. Okay. So, like, the hardest thing to get is Baroth Scalp from rewards. Okay. Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. I want to just go look at one more little fashion hunters, and then we'll probably call it good for tonight since it's 9 o'clock. And I have things to do tomorrow, and by things I mean D&D.
How's your gear holding up?
So what do I get from... Oh, high metal. That looks funny. Raytheon looks different than I would have imagined it looking. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I genuinely like doing it. I'm having a lot of fun. We get our match slicers up to 2. We could go to this one. Ooh, we could turn our rending beaks into sworn rapiers. Where are you? Rending beaks, there they are. Be free, Midnight Campaign. Peace out. Oh, I need 3 and I have 2 Dragonite Orbs, so I'm 1 away. Okay, makes sense. We now have Rathian things that we can use. Thanks for coming, Miss Omi. It's always great to see you. We'll make him a butterfly stuff, and then we'll be good. I'm glad that that's a threat, Gantetsu, because I wouldn't have interpreted it any other way. I'm coming tomorrow to try and kill all of you, as always. Cool. Well, thanks everyone for coming in. This has been a fun stream. I've had, honestly, a blast and a half. I think I figured out towards the end of that Rathian fight what was causing all of the weird stuff with the stream today, and it is the fact that the button to do my combo is also the button to capture a clip. And so I just need to undo that, and then we should never have that issue again. But until next time, we're going to be streaming live again next week. It's going to be a lot of fun. I will see you all on Monday for some more Magic Mondays. It'll be a lot of fun. And in the interim time, thank you all for watching. It has been so much fun to be your entertainer. I have been Sam. This has been the Jank Drawer. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other's, and I will see you next time.